Chapter 45. Hello, young Gu Master. Do you have any questions? Jia Fu walked to the center of the crowd and asked in a friendly manner. The young Gu Master was overwhelmed by the favor and bowed again. He glanced at the clansmen around him, then gathered his courage and told them everything that had happened. So that's what happened. Jia Fu listened and nodded. He then asked Jia Jinsheng, "Little brother, is there such a thing?" Jia Jinsheng turned his head and snorted, not looking at him. Jia Fu muttered to himself. The surrounding people were quiet, not daring to disturb his thoughts, and were waiting for his judgment. Speaking of this matter, it was all Jia Jinsheng's business scam. But this young Gu Master was at fault. If not for his greed clouding his mind, how could he have fallen for it? If Jia Fu wanted to protect his brother, with his rank 4 cultivation, even the Guyue clan leader could not do anything to him. Jia Fu muttered to himself for a while before finally speaking. I understand this matter. It is all my brother's fault, causing this brother to suffer losses and buy fake goods. I am really sorry. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards the young Gu Master. Lord Jia Fu. The young Gu Master was surprised and quickly declined. You are a rank 4 Gu Master. I am only a rank 2. This cannot be done. This cannot be done. Jia Fu waved his hand. This has nothing to do with the Gu Master's cultivation. I only deal with matters and not people. A mistake is a mistake. I represent the caravan to apologize to you. As for compensation, how about this? You lost 250 yuan stone. I represent the Jia family to compensate you double. He was a man of his words, and immediately a follower beside him took out 5 money bags, handing them to the young Gu Master in front of everyone. Every money pouch was bulging, each containing 100 primeval stones. The young Gu Master received the money bags and was so excited that he could not say anything. But brother, I have something to advise you. Jia Fu continued. The black boar gu is very rare. It can increase a Gu Master's strength from the root. Although it is only rank 1, it is hard to find in the market. As long as it appears in the market, it would be bought immediately. Their prices were all around 600 yuan stone. Trying to buy a black boar gu with 200 yuan stone is not realistic. Junior has learnt his lesson. The young Gu Master sincerely bowed to Jia Fu. Cheers came from the crowd. Lord Jia Fu is wise. Amazing, as expected of Lord Jia Fu. As a rank 4 Gu Master, he doesn't use his strength to bully the weak. Lord Jia Fu is truly a role model of the righteous path. No. Jia Fu smiled and cupped his fists towards everyone. He said humbly, our Jia family has always been doing business with integrity. Everyone, my younger brother is young and ignorant and likes to tease others, but he is actually kind-hearted. I hope everyone can be magnanimous. The surrounding cheers became even louder. Humph. Jia Jinsheng's face was livid. He stomped his feet angrily and turned around to enter the tent. Then he passed through the tent and walked out from the back of the tent. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Seeing this, his heart settled. Looks like the image wall left behind by the flower wine monk can be sold now. The flower wine monk used the photo audio gu to record the ugly state of the 4th generation Guyue clan leader. Before he died, he was filled with indignation and used this photo audio gu, slapping it on the stone wall and forming an image wall. The images on the image wall cycled continuously, showing the truest scene of that time to the world. Following the principle of maximizing profits, Fang Yuan had wanted to sell this image wall for a long time. He was sure that the other 2 clans on Qingmao Mountain, the Bai clan and Xiong clan, would be very interested in this image wall. But for him to personally sell this image wall was not appropriate. His cultivation was still too weak. If he brought the image wall to the other clans, he would most likely be killed. Even if the transaction was successful and he returned safely, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. If the news leaked to the higher-ups of the Guyue clan, he would be chased out of the clan at the very least. According to Fang Yuan's plan, he still needed to make use of the Guyue clan. Thus, the safest method was to sell it to one of the merchants in the caravan. These merchants were outsiders, and not participating in the power struggles of Qingmao Mountain was the most ideal choice. In another day, this caravan would set off, leaving the Guyue village towards the Xiong clan and then the Bai clan. Selling it to them, Fang Yuan would be able to minimize the risks of the transaction. It was the safest and most reliable method. Another cup of wine. Wine, where's the wine? Quickly bring it over. Are you afraid that I can't afford it? Jia Jin Sheng slammed the mushroom table, roaring, "Young Master Jia, your wine." The waiter quickly brought the wine over. Jia Jin Sheng immediately grabbed the bamboo wine cup, raising his head and drinking it in one gulp. Good wine. He laughed loudly, his voice desolate and hoarse. With a bang, he slammed the wine cup on the table and shouted again, "Give me another cup." "No, as much as you have." The waiter in the wine shop naturally did not dare to offend him and could only do as he said. Fortunately, the tavern was already overcrowded. Not only were there people sitting around the mushroom table and stools, even the surrounding aisles were crowded with people. Jia Jin Sheng was in a drunken frenzy, shouting and yelling. But in this noisy tent, it did not stand out. Jia Jin Sheng drank cup after cup, trying to drown his sorrows. His back was facing the crowd, and no one noticed that as he drank, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Who could understand his pain? Who could understand his sorrows? A pitiful place would definitely have a hateful person, and vice versa. Everyone had their own backstory. Among the brothers, he was the youngest, the most handsome, and the most similar to his father, so he was doted on by his father. But the heavens played a trick on him, and he only had a mere D-grade talent. Ever since he was young, he had lived under the oppression of his brothers. He was not satisfied. He wanted to resist, but due to his lack of talent, he could not do it. His father felt that his time was up and wanted to split the family property. He let his brothers lead a caravan in pairs. He promised to split the family property according to their results. Jia Jin Sheng wanted to rely on his own methods to obtain the family property, as well as the acknowledgement of the clan. But he did not expect that he would once again become his brother Jia Fu's stepping stone. The moment Jia Fu appeared, he knew that he had fallen into a trap again. This whole thing was a conspiracy from the beginning to the end. But what could he do? Ever since he entered this caravan, he had always been firmly suppressed by Jia Fu. The huge difference between a rank 4 and a rank 1 made him even more powerless. Jia Fu. He squeezed out this name from between his teeth, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. He was really not satisfied. You want to deal with your brother? I can help you. At this moment, a voice entered his ears. Jia Jin Sheng was stunned. He turned his head to look and found that there was someone sitting beside him. He shook his head a few times, blinking his eyes, and finally saw the person clearly. If it was not Fang Yuan, who else could it be? It's you. He stared at Fang Yuan, slightly angry. I remember you. Such a lucky lad. You actually got a mud-skin toad from the gambling den you gave me. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Fang Yuan looked at Jia Fu, his gaze as cold as water. I have a big business deal. If you want to get better results and get a bigger share of the family's assets, why don't you listen to me? Jia Jin Sheng's face instantly revealed a shocked expression. He straightened his back and sat up straight. How do you know about the family's assets? This matter was kept secret. Outsiders could not possibly know. But Fang Yuan pointed it out with one sentence. These trivial matters of the Jia clan are not secrets. Why can't they be hidden from the people of this world? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and could not help but think of the memories of his previous life. The Jia clan leader was a legendary figure. He had started from scratch, made his fortune with a caravan, and revitalized the Jia clan. He was old and sensed that his life was coming to an end, so he let his children lead a caravan in pairs and split the huge family assets according to their results. The better the results, the more assets they would get. But his eldest son, Jia Fu, and his second son, Jia Gui, were both extremely outstanding. They competed for 6 to 7 years, and there was no clear winner until the Jia clan leader died of old age. After the Jia clan leader died, he left behind an extremely huge family assets. In order to fight for the family assets, Jia Fu and Jia Gui turned on each other, escalated their internal strife, and brought in external help. This triggered a large-scale Gu fighting conference, and finally, both sides perished together. The Jia clan was strong for a while, but soon fell, causing people to sigh. Jia Jin Sheng squinted his eyes and did not comment on Fang Yuan's explanation. He thought to himself, Father announced the rules of splitting the family assets last year, and now it is already the second year. There are no walls in this world that have ears, and it is not strange for this matter to be leaked out. What he was really worried about was whether this was another trap set by Jia Fu. But no matter what, there is no harm in listening first. Fang Yuan did not speak immediately. He looked around, and this wine shop was the one he entered at noon. The wine shop's shopkeeper had a unique way of operating, and business was almost bursting at night. The tent was noisy and overcrowded. Talking here was actually safer than in a secluded place, and could avoid being eavesdropped by goo insects. He crooked his finger at Jia Jinsheng. "Come closer." Jia Jinsheng snorted unhappily, but he still leaned over. After listening to Fang Yuan's narration, he frowned and looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. This business involves the 3 mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain, and it is taboo for us businessmen to get involved in the local power's internal strife. You were sent by Jia Fu to frame me, right? Fang Yuan had already expected him to have such suspicions and did not explain at all. He stood up and left. Haha, if that is the case, then I will go talk to your brother. Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes and kept staring at Fang Yuan. Until Fang Yuan was about to walk out of the wine shop, he finally could not sit still anymore. He stood up and chased after Fang Yuan outside the tent. "Don't go, we can talk again." Fang Yuan put his hands behind his back and glanced at him, saying coldly, "I know you have doubts about me, but now you are completely suppressed by your brother and have almost lost everything. If you believe me, there is still a sliver of hope. If not, there is no hope. Let's see if you dare to take this gamble." Jia Jinsheng's expression changed, and he corrected, "Jia Fu is just a little older. I have never promised him that he is my brother. But what you said is right. I will take this gamble." Fang Yuan said solemnly, 2,000 yuan stone. No bargaining. Jia Jinsheng smiled bitterly. "This price is too high. This business is risky. The higher the risk, the higher the profit." Fang Yuan shook his head, and his attitude was firm. "If you sell it to those 2 strongholds, I guarantee you will earn even more." Jia Jinsheng nodded, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. "I believe you on this point. These years, the Bai clan's power has been expanding rapidly, and they have produced another grade genius called Bai Ningbing, who has great prospects. The power structure of Qingmao Mountain is already gradually changing. Your Guyue stronghold's position as the overlord has already been shaken. If I sell it to the Bai clan, I believe I can at least double the profit." Hearing that Jia Jinsheng had such a thorough understanding of Qingmao Mountain's situation, Fang Yuan could not help but reevaluate him, and thought to himself, this Jia Jinsheng, after all, has a background, and has been nurtured by his family. He is not a good-for-nothing playboy. Jia Jinsheng sighed. "Whether this is a trap or not, I have jumped into it. I promise you, 2,000 yuan stone. Deal. But I want to see the goods first." "Of course, follow me." Fang Yuan laughed, and immediately turned to lead the way. Jia Jinsheng was already in the trap, and everything was in his control. Chapter 46. According to his memory, Fang Yuan brought Jia Jinsheng to the crack in the mountain wall again. The 2 entered the crack, the path became narrower, and their vision became dark. Jia Jinsheng became more bewildered as he walked. After all, he was not familiar with this place. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore. "I have a question. Jia Fu has always been honest, kind, and trustworthy. But I am a swindler, forcing people to buy and sell. Why did you choose me for this transaction and not him?" Fang Yuan's reply came from the crack. "Because his cultivation is too high. If he saw the image wall, he could choose to trade with me. Or he could choose to give up and give the image wall to Guyue clan leader. I don't like to put the initiative in other people's hands. Moreover, I have never believed in honesty. The so-called reputation is bullshit. It's just that the benefits are small and can't move my heart." The main reason was that Jia Jinsheng's status was special and his cultivation was weak, so it was easier to manipulate him. But Fang Yuan naturally would not say this out loud. Hee. Jia Jinsheng laughed dryly. His suspicions were mostly dispelled. "Your last sentence resonated deeply with me." The 2 finally squeezed into the secret cave in the mountain. Jia Jinsheng saw the image wall at the first moment and could not help but laugh heartily. "Haha, I made the right bet. You didn't lie to me." Fang Yuan stood behind him, laughed lightly, and did not say anything. Jia Jinsheng looked at the image wall. The images on the mountain wall kept changing, replaying the enmity between the flower wine monk and the fourth-generation clan leader. After looking at it once, he looked away and turned to look at Fang Yuan, saying, "Looks like that fourth-generation ancestor of yours is not that great after all." Fang Yuan said, "This is nothing. The Guyue clan needs a hero, so the fourth generation became a hero. Not long after, the Bai clan needs a despicable villain, and the fourth generation will become one. Hero, villain, these are just other people's opinions." "That's wonderful." Jia Jinsheng clapped his hands and laughed as he looked around the secret cave. His gaze paused on the skeleton of the flower wine monk and said, "It's a pity for a fifth-rank expert. Brother, you must have gotten a lot of benefits from him, right?" The inheritance of a rank 5 Gu master was no small matter. When Jia Jinsheng thought of this, he couldn't help but be tempted. He couldn't help but ask Fang Yuan about the situation. Fang Yuan shook his head. "It has been so long, many of the Gu are dead. I only got a liquor worm." Jia Jinsheng didn't believe him. "Brother, don't lie to me. As long as this deal goes through, we'll all be in cahoots. I won't tell anyone. Tell me honestly, how much did you gain?" Fang Yuan sneered. He could not be bothered to reply and did not explain further. Fang Yuan had already expected Jia Jinsheng's reaction. This was the reason why he chose Jia Jinsheng over Jia Fu. Jia Jinsheng continued, minding his own business. "Let's not talk about anything else. I know that the flower wine monk has a famous 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. This is a rank 5 Mount Gu. It has a huge body and is extremely good at burrowing into the ground. The flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. He can move freely and easily because of this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, allowing him to escape from the encirclement of the righteous cultivators." "Oh, there's such a thing?" Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard much about the flower wine monk. Jia Jinsheng said proudly, "When I came to your village last year, I heard this legend and found it interesting, so I went home to ask around. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider and the flower wine monk are inseparable. From what I can see, this secret cave in the mountain was created by the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. Otherwise, how could Qingmao Mountain's thick and sticky green soil form a secret cave naturally? Brother, don't try to hide it anymore. The flower wine monk died here, so his 1,000 miles earthwolf spider is definitely here." Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He faintly felt something was wrong. His gaze was gloomy as he said, "That's right. There are no other exits here. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider's body is huge. If we went through the crack we came in from, we wouldn't be able to squeeze out. But there's also the possibility that this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider was killed by the fourth generation. Look at the image wall. The flower wine monk did not summon the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider during the intense battle. Then this matter is even more fishy. This secret cave can't be formed naturally. It must have been created by the flower wine monk at the last minute. Without the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, does he have other methods?" Jia Jinsheng looked suspiciously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyebrows were knitted into a knot. He felt that something was wrong. From the new information he had just received from Jia Jinsheng, he vaguely felt that he had missed out on something. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jia Jinsheng was also thinking. The image wall could no longer satisfy his appetite. When he confirmed that this matter was true, he really wanted to dig out the flower wine monk's inheritance from Fang Yuan. Neither of them expected that at this moment, something strange would happen. Suddenly, the image on the screen wall, which had been in a cycle, flashed. A heavily injured and extremely pale bald Gu master replaced the original image and appeared on the image wall. He slumped weakly on the ground, his back leaning against the mountain wall. His chest and limbs were filled with deep wounds. But the strange thing was that although these wounds were skin and flesh exposed, they did not bleed. It was as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. "I am the flower wine monk." The bald Gu master snickered, his face sinister and terrifying. "Successor, no matter who you are, to be able to make my image wall replay for close to 100 days, It is enough to prove that you have no good feelings towards the Guyue clan. Very well, you are my successor. I will leave all my inheritance to you, but I have one condition. You must destroy the Guyue clan for me and slaughter the entire village, leaving no one alive. Jia Jinsheng stood rooted to the ground, his face full of shock. The rank 5 flower wine monk's inheritance. He was stunned, and for a moment his head buzzed, his thoughts tumbling. Oh my God! A rank 5 expert, what kind of concept is that? A rank 3 is a clan elder, and a rank 4 is the head of a village. And a rank 5 Gu master is a mountain lord, able to dominate a mountain and act like a tyrant. To think that in this small place, there would be a rank 5 Gu master's inheritance. Wait, the flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. If I inherit his strength, isn't that a little inappropriate? No, strength has nothing to do with good or evil. The flower wine monk wants his successor to exterminate the Guyue clan. Do you think I will do it? He is already dead. I just need to inherit his inheritance and not care about it. This is a huge opportunity. Although I only have D-grade talent, if I inherit the flower wine monk's inheritance, I might be able to change my talent. Those rare goo worms that can raise talent might even be in this inheritance. If I inherit this wealth and become a rank 4 or 5 goo master, I will be able to fight against Jia Fu. Wait, I almost forgot. There is still an outsider. What should I do? Do I have to split the inheritance with him? No, kill him. Only by killing him will I be able to keep this secret. Right? Calm him down first, and say that we will split the inheritance equally to deceive him, so that he will let down his guard. Then I will ambush him and kill him here. This place is so well hidden, even if I kill him, no one will know. Although he thought so much, it was only a short moment. Having made up his mind, Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes and a fake smile appeared on his face. He slowly turned around and faced Feng Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 eerie blue moonblades shooting towards him. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. The distance was too short. He could not react in time. You! His voice stopped abruptly. The moonblades accurately hit his neck. In an instant, his head flew up into the sky, blood gushing out like a fountain. After a second or two, his body fell to the ground with a thud. Boiling hot blood sprayed on the mountain wall, dyeing the withered vines red. Killing is killing. Why think so much? Feng Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently before turning his gaze to the image wall. To think that there would be such a twist. Really interesting. He mumbled, his eyes shining with a faint light. Chapter 48. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack! The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, resisting the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyu village, countless tall buildings were lined up in rows, their heads buried as they endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off again. The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind. Gu masters lead the Gu worms, especially the fat beetles. Don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and take good care of the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guyue village for 3 days, the caravan left, following the Qingmao mountain path towards their next destination. The rain washed the land, and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostrich hung its head down at this time. Its brightly colored feathers were soaked by the rain and stuck together into pieces. It was truly a drenched chicken. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad goo happily cried out, carrying the goods and goo masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved happily in the muddy water. To protect the goods and prevent them from being drenched by the rain, the goo masters displayed their abilities. On the bodies of a few fat beetles, there were goo masters standing in the middle. Their hands were raised high, and an inch above their palms. Each had a single chi golden light worm floating in the air. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The goo worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time, a rank 1 goo master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while, a goo master shouted, "I can't hold on any longer. My primeval essence is almost depleted. Who will replace me?" "I'll do it." Almost immediately, a goo master rushed over and took over his position. Some goo masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk goo in their bodies. Under the green silk goo's power, the goo master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They interweaved with each other, wrapping around the goo master's body and the goo mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk goo was a rank 1 goo worm, often used by goo masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the Ichi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk goo was refined with the rank 1 black boar goo, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane goo. When the black mane goo was activated, not only the hair, but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the goo master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane goo continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 goo, the steel mane goo. Other than the Ichi golden light worm and green silk goo, many goo masters in the caravan chose the water spider goo. It could be seen that these goo masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The goo masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, the goo master would need to activate the water spider goo to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road, taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos, the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather! The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain, the mountain roads were even harder to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness would be a light one, but there might even be repercussions. If the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the goo master on the road. If they met with a landslide on the mountain road, or if they were attacked by wild beasts or goo worms, they might even lose their lives. The caravan was huge, and there were many goo masters. But every time they traveled, there would be a large number of casualties. Mortal martial artists died the most, and goo masters would also have casualties. If the caravan was unlucky enough to meet with a large migrating beast group, there was a possibility of the entire caravan being wiped out. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds liked to rob outsiders. Let's go. See you next year. Some goo masters sat on their goo worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Guyue village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. "You must come again next year," the children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. The future is uncertain. The world is difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will be left in the village. Whether it is a caravan or living in a village, it is not easy to make a living. The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household garbage left behind. Feng Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat, colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. The heavens are really on my side. Feng Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore the most ordinary linen clothes, his body was thin, his skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled slightly under the umbrella. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinsheng last night and cleaned up the scene. But it happened suddenly, and there was something wrong, especially the smell of blood. Because the secret cave was not ventilated, it was not easy to get rid of. This heavy rain washed the land and the air, and greatly weakened the detection methods that relied on smell. There would definitely be a small waterfall falling from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short period of time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of wonderful goo worms, and a variety of detection methods. Even Feng Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then, along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Feng Yuan's feet, splashing water. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner and completely entering the dense forest, Feng Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious look. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation is weak and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short period of time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jia Fu will come back to investigate, and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is even more inferior. This arrangement by the Jia family head is to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a blow, to let him see the reality and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jia Fu's temperament. If the blow is too great, to the point where he can't even tolerate his own brother, how can he pass the position of Jia family head to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity! What a pity for such a good chess piece. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his mind. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable chess piece. His cultivation was weak, but his status was very high. Although he was clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control him. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, and prepare to kill and rob in the future. Secondly, Feng Yuan would hide behind the scenes, and use him and the Shadow Wall to provoke the conflict between the three villages on Qingmao Mountain, causing a civil war, and benefit from it. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause the venomous insect fighting conference, and it would be a major event. There were many benefits, and Feng Yuan could definitely get the most out of it. My current cultivation is too low, and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece, and I will still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family, and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinsheng can solve the problem easily. What a pity! I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more valuable than a chess piece like Jia Jinsheng. Of course, if he could have both, that would be the best. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinsheng could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. Most things in this world do not go your way. Feng Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Feng Yuan's original plan. And after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of words appeared, telling Feng Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole, and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The words only appeared for a few breaths, and then disappeared. The shadow wall also returned to the most ordinary mountain wall. Feng Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinsheng in a hurry, there are many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crevice for now. I have to hide in the village for the time being, and guard against the investigation. Feng Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. Recently, I have been consuming large amounts of Yuan stone, and have refined middle-stage primeval essence. Using middle-stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I can break through to middle stage in the near future. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have a higher chance of inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of the demonic path was not as gentle as that of the righteous path. There would usually be dangerous tests. If one could not pass the test, the price would often be their life. Life is hard to predict, but it is also because of this that it is interesting. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish-green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew, and the raindrops slanted, hitting Feng Yuan's shoulder, and a chill assaulted him. He then thought of Jia Jinsheng. He sighed in his heart. Jia Jinsheng, actually, I didn't want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece. Chapter 49. This heavy rain lasted for 4 days before it stopped. The sun rose high into the sky, lifting the curtain of rain, as if it was opening the curtains for summer. The breath of summer was already faintly discernible. The weather became clearer, sweeping away the lingering breath of spring, and the temperature gradually rose. In the spring night, the active dragonpill crickets retreated, hiding deep in the ground to lay eggs. The unique green spear bamboo on Qingmao Mountain began to grow crazily, growing taller almost every day. The leaves of the plants started to turn from emerald green to dark green. The green mountains stretched on, looking even more verdant. The sky was clear, blue like a crystal. Clap, clap, clap. In the arena of the academy, there was the sound of fists and legs clashing. After more than 10 moves, Gu Emabe was kicked in the stomach by Feng Yuan. He staggered back 5 to 6 steps, just out of the circle drawn on the ground. The martial arts instructor stood outside the arena, presiding over the match. Seeing this, he immediately announced, Gu Emabe has been knocked out of the arena. Gu Feng Yuan wins 33 rounds in a row. Humph, I lost to you again this time. Gu Emabe gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Feng Yuan. But don't be arrogant. One day, I will defeat you. And I can already feel it. That day is getting closer and closer. Feng Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, then lowered his eyelids. That kick just now has caused you to bleed internally. You'd better heal your injuries first before we talk. What's this small injury? Gu Emabe had just retorted half a sentence when his expression suddenly changed. His throat could not help but roll, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. This was the first time he had suffered such an injury. He could not help but reveal a look of terror in his eyes. The martial arts instructor quickly walked over, comforting him. "Don't worry, this injury will be healed after a few days of rest. Just that you have to stop training for a few days. You can't do any intense activities." The moment he said that, two healing Gu masters outside rushed over and carefully supported Gu Mabe out. Gu Machin didn't dare to speak again. He looked deeply at Fang Yuan. His eyes filled with anger, resentment, regret, and unwillingness. Although Mabe's martial arts are very good, he still can't beat Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is too powerful. No one can beat him. The Mabe was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. How terrifying. I don't want to fight this guy. Sigh, but the instructor said that today is actual combat practice, fighting in the arena. Everyone has to go up and fight. The students stood outside the arena. Some looked at Fang Yuan in fear, some sighed, some looked pale, and some were on tenterhooks. Among them, there were even some who were injured. Some of them covered their bruised and swollen faces, while others pressed down on their arms and sucked in cold air. There were even some lying on the ground, massaging their thighs. Next, no one went up for a long time, and the instructor shouted, but no one answered. Usually, only Guyue Mabe, Guyue Cheng, and Guyue Fangjing had the courage to challenge Fang Yuan. But these three had already been beaten down. The students were silent, and some of them even took a few steps back. The instructor looked at the students' cowering expressions and frowned. He couldn't help but think of the academy elder's words. These days, Fang Yuan's limelight is too much. We need to suppress him. The other students are suppressed by him to the point they can't even lift their heads. If this goes on, their courage will be destroyed. Our academy is nurturing tigers and wolves that dare to fight against strong enemies, not lambs that are afraid to fight. What's wrong with all of you? No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only 15 years old. He is the same age as all of you. He is the same age as all of you. He eats the same food and drinks the same water as all of you. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He is not a monster. Gather your courage. Let me see the pride of the Guyue family buried in your hearts. The instructor roared, trying his best to motivate the students. But he is too strong. We can't beat him at all. The students that fought with him were all so pitiful. Mabe was even beaten until he vomited blood. Fang Yuan's attacks are getting heavier. Instructor, we don't dare to fight with him. The students retorted in a small voice, cowardly. The instructor was so angry he almost stomped his feet. This bunch of ignorant kids. He could clearly see that Fang Yuan had fought 33 consecutive battles without any rest. Although Fang Yuan had been adjusting his breathing, he was almost out of energy. Fang Yuan's attacks were getting heavier. This meant that he was no longer as skilled as before. He was slowly losing control of the situation. If they put in a bit more effort, they could force him to show signs of fatigue. If they put in a few more people, they could defeat him on the spot. Once they defeated Fang Yuan, his power would drop drastically, the students' courage would be ignited, and the goal of suppressing Fang Yuan would be achieved. But now, the students were all intimidated by Fang Yuan's tiger skin. Sometimes, what defeated oneself was not the strong enemy, but one's own heart. The instructor was anxious and continued to encourage them. But he was not good with words. He had said the same thing before, igniting the students' blood and igniting a few challengers. But he had said the same thing too many times. The students were already numb to it. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, coldly watching everything. Although he was standing in the center of the field, he seemed like an outsider. The instructor had been encouraging for a long time, but the students were still looking at each other. No one moved. The instructor could not help but feel angry and helpless. He turned to face Fang Yuan and unhappily scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are also at fault. Your attacks are getting more and more vicious. Sparring with fellow students should be more gentle and friendly. How can you be so heavy-handed? Next, you need to be more careful. Be careful when you attack. If you beat your fellow students until they vomit blood again, I will judge you as the loser and let you leave the field." "Instructor, you are wrong." Fang Yuan coldly snorted. His eyes did not show any signs of weakness. Facing the instructor, sparring, Naturally, we need to give it our all. Otherwise, how can we achieve the purpose of training? Don't tell me that when we fight in the future, can we also ask our enemies to be gentle and friendly? The instructor was enraged. Humph. Your attacks are vicious. You hurt your fellow students, and you still dare to twist words and force logic. Instructor, you are wrong again. Fang Yuan coldly sneered. You are the one who arranged this sparring and raised the prize to 20 yuan stone. Without your instigation, would these people be injured? Bastard! The instructor was not good with words. Pointing at Fang Yuan, he roared, Do you still want the prize or not? If you continue to quibble, even if you get the first place, I will still judge you as the loser. You are not united and friendly, and you dare to contradict your teacher. How can you be qualified to get 20 yuan stone? Fang Yuan laughed. It is only a win or lose, only 20 yuan stone. Do you think I care? As he spoke, he turned around and walked out of the center of the field, under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Although the screen wall was not sold, but Fang Yuan had more than 100 yuan stone in his hands. Moreover, this time, he was not here for the yuan stone. Seeing Fang Yuan really walk out of the field, the instructor could not help but be stunned, revealing a look of shock and confusion. Shouldn't a 15-year-old youth be full of vigor, eager to fight? Fang Yuan had such fighting talent, his temperament should be even more so. Why did he just leave the field? Moreover, this Fang Yuan did not have any funding, so the yuan stone should be very tight. Why couldn't he be attracted by these 20 primal stones? For a moment, the instructor was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Fang Yuan did not fall into the trap, directly walking out of the field. The instructor suddenly realized there was really no way to deal with Fang Yuan. With his status, he could not blatantly find trouble and force Fang Yuan to go on stage, right? The surrounding students all retreated, keeping a distance from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood outside the field, with no one beside him. With him as the center, 5 steps around him, there was a circular empty space. Unfortunately, if they stood beside Fang Yuan, they would hear Fang Yuan trying his best to suppress his breathing. I don't have enough stamina. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. On the surface, he looked energetic, but his body, which was covered by his clothes, was trembling slightly. His body was only that of a 15-year-old, and he did not have the help of a goo worm. 33 matches consecutively, he was close to his limit. Although he had rich fighting experience from his previous life, but in this period of time, the other youngsters' martial arts had improved greatly. From their bodies, Fang Yuan could already feel an increasingly strong pressure. This pressure was directly reflected in Fang Yuan's attacks. His attacks were getting heavier, and he could not hold back anymore. In the previous battles, the students were too weak, thus he could handle them easily, and the youngsters only suffered some injuries at most. But now, his control over the field was getting weaker, and he had to use heavy attacks to stabilize the situation. Experience is not omnipotent after all. The power of any thought needs a material foundation to have a medium. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Actually, he had already seen through the instructor's thoughts. He was not surprised, and had already expected that there would be pressure from the academy. Ever since he killed Gao Wan, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to challenge him. When he was extorting, many people were pressured by his pressure, and did not dare to resist, obediently handing over yuan stone. If this went on for a long time, Fang Yuan's undefeatable image would be established. It would leave a shadow in the hearts of the other youngsters, and cause them to lose confidence in their martial arts from the start. This was something the academy elder did not want to see. He needed Fang Yuan to promote the improvement of the students, but he did not want Fang Yuan to completely extinguish the students' fighting spirit. He wanted to see Fang Yuan fail. Once Fang Yuan fails, the undefeatable image he had built up in the early stages would be destroyed. At the same time, it would awaken the other students' fighting spirit, and after a setback, it would mold their unyielding fighting spirit. But to Fang Yuan, he needed this kind of deterrence to make it easier to extort yuan stone. If he fails, the youngsters would realize his weakness and attack together. Although Fang Yuan had a lot of yuan stone, but extortion was his main source of yuan stone. If he lost this source, he would be like a water without a source. So Fang Yuan went on stage and fought 33 consecutive matches. His real goal was not the 20 yuan stone reward, but to maintain his deterrence. If he avoided battle from the start, it would only show his weakness. But if he continued to fight, he would be exposed. What are you all standing there for? Who hasn't gone on stage yet? Go on. The first place gets 20 yuan stone reward. Don't you want it? The martial arts instructor was stunned for a while, before shouting out loud. The remaining students immediately became enthusiastic. Fang Yuan had already left the stage, and it was as if an invisible boulder had been lifted from their hearts. I'll go. I'll go. The two youngsters fought to be the first, jumped onto the stage, and began exchanging blows. Sigh, if I had known, I would have waited and not rushed to go on stage, and wouldn't have been chased off the stage by Fang Yuan. What a pity. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to go on stage. He really dares. Look, even the instructor can't do anything to him. The instructor heard the whispers behind him and immediately felt his prestige dropping. He was very annoyed and really wanted to punish Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't do anything wrong. Taking the initiative to leave the stage was allowed. The instructor was depressed and helpless. In the end, he looked at Fang Yuan and glared at the latter. Fang Yuan's lips curled into an angle and thought, such shallow methods, this instructor is quite cute. Chapter 50. A pair of deep eyes stared at the training field from afar. The academy elder stood by the window on the third floor, watching everything that happened in the training field. He frowned deeply. The moment Fang Yuan took the initiative to enter the stage, he could not help but feel astonished. He did not expect Fang Yuan to do so. This kid, he is quite slippery. He is well versed in the academy's rules and has never made any mistakes. Although he often sleeps in class, but once he is asked, his answers are always comprehensive, and no one can pick out any mistakes. To catch his weakness and suppress his aura, it will be difficult. Unknowingly, the academy elder felt a slight sense of disgust towards Fang Yuan. As a teacher, he naturally liked obedient and smart students. He hated those who did not follow the rules and were mischievous. But the academy elder had been in charge of the academy for many years and was very experienced. He had seen countless students. Among them, there were those who were extremely obedient and obedient. There were also those who caused trouble all day long and always broke the rules. He had already achieved a state of calm and treated everyone equally. And at the same time, he carved the words as a teacher, teach without discrimination on the right corner of his study table, as his motto. He had never felt such disgust towards a student. Feeling the disgust in his heart, the academy elder was a little surprised. In the previous years, even the most mischievous students, he was able to tolerate them. Why did he lose his composure when facing Fang Yuan? He thought about it carefully, and after a while, he finally found the reason. Fang Yuan, this kid, had a kind of arrogance in his bones. It was as if he did not care about the teachers at all. Not only did he not listen to the martial arts instructor's words, he even publicly refuted him. Actually, the phenomenon of students refuting their teachers in public was a common occurrence in the previous years. But those kids always had agitated emotions. If it was not rebellious, then it was anger, arrogance, etc. The academy elder was very clear. The more agitated the youths were, the more fearful they were. But Fang Yuan did not have any. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in his heart, as if he had seen through the academy's tricks. His face was cold, and even when he stepped down from the stage, there was no change in his expression. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Yes, he treated the matter of disobeying his teacher as a trivial matter. In short, he was not afraid. It was this point that caused the academy elder to feel displeased and disgusted. The academy elder could tolerate youngsters who were 10 times more troublesome and mischievous than Fang Yuan. That was because these students all knew fear, and they were all controlled by their agitated emotions. As long as they were afraid, as long as they were impulsive, they would be easily manipulated. But not Fang Yuan. He was calm and collected, not taking his teacher seriously. He did not revere it. If one did not revere the clan, even if he was raised, how could he be used by the clan? Once such a person appears, he must be suppressed. He must be suppressed. Otherwise, his existence would plant the seeds of resistance in the hearts of the other students. As time went on, it infected the others, and they no longer respected their teachers. As a school, how are we supposed to manage the students? The academy elder squinted his eyes and made up his mind. But soon, a worried expression appeared on his face again. How was he going to suppress Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, and he could not find any weaknesses. Fang Yuan's slipperiness gave him a helpless feeling of not knowing where to start. He had never met a student who was so familiar with all the rules of the academy. As the academy elder, he had always been fair and just. He could not be like a hooligan, purposely finding fault with Fang Yuan. He had placed his hopes on the martial arts instructor, but he was deeply disappointed. Looks like to suppress Fang Yuan's limelight, I can only wait for the other students to advance to rank 1 middle stage. For a Gu master to advance, the biggest factor was their talent. With his rich experience, the academy elder had already calculated in his heart. The ones who had the chance to advance first were Gu Fangjing, Qicheng, and Ma Bei. One of them was a grade, the other two were B grade, and they had the support of their elders, so they did not lack Yuan Stone. No matter which one it was, they had the possibility of becoming this year's first rank 1 middle stage. Gu Fangjing, Qicheng, and Ma Bei. These three are the true hope of this year. The academy elder looked at the training field and sighed. With his sharp eyes, he had already discovered. On the training field, the students seemed to be standing casually, but in reality, they had already formed into 3 circles. In one circle, Gu Cheng was holding his shoulder, surrounded by a group of people of the same age. The second circle's center was Gu Fangjing. The descendants of the clan leader were all subtly relying on this a great genius. The third circle was Gu Ma Bei. His internal injuries had already been healed, and he stood in the middle of the training field, his face pale. The students beside him were asking about his well-being. This is the meaning of allowing them to fight. Looking at the 3 circles, the academy elder smiled, full of gratification. Letting the students fight was not only to nurture their battle instincts, but more importantly, it was to select leaders in advance. In the previous years, the small circles could only be separated in the second half of the year. But this year, because of Fang Yuan's sudden appearance and extortion, the fights were brought forward greatly. Facing Fang Yuan, only Fangjing, Ma Bei, and Qicheng dared to challenge him head-on. After a long period of time, the other youths naturally took these 3 as their leaders after a subtle and imperceptible influence. As long as there were no accidents, these 3 circles would be the future leaders of the clan. But these circles are not stable yet, and there are still people moving between the circles. When the 3 of them advance to the middle stage, they will be given the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor, and with power, the circle will be stabilized. The academy elder thought. Of course, there were people who were not in these 3 circles. There was only one, and that was Fang Yuan. It was human nature to rely on the strong. In fact, even though Fang Yuan extorted the students and stood on the opposite side of everyone. But it was not that there were no youths who wanted to rely on him. But these people were all rejected by Fang Yuan. To him, only those who were useful were pawns, and these people of the same age had too little value. This was another reason why the academy elder hated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was too eccentric and did not fit in with the group. For such a person, the clan did not have as much control over him as they did over the other youths. The academy elder's gaze once again landed on Fang Yuan in the middle of the field. Fang Yuan stood alone in a corner, his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly closed. No matter how the youths in the field fought for the prize, his expression did not change at all. His surroundings were empty, and none of the youths were willing to stand with him. It was obvious that he did not want these people to stand with him. He stood alone, and loneliness enveloped him. He drifted away from the group. But there is no need to worry too much. This Fang Yuan is still young. He can be trained slowly. The academy elder's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The next step is to set up a class monitor and vice class monitor. After a year, they will be divided into groups, with a leader and vice leader. Every year, there will be all sorts of glory and rewards, such as the Little Red Flower Award, Blue Scarf Award, 5 Merit Student Award. If he wants to cultivate, he will need resources, and he will have to compete for these positions and rewards. After a long time, he will be bound by family, friendship, and love. There is no need to worry that he will leave the clan's control. Over the years, the Academy Elder had gradually come to understand. Once a new member of the clan was born, the clan would brainwash them. First, they would be instilled with the clan's supreme values. Then, they would be taught morals, and they would realize the beauty and importance of family, friendship, and love. They would also be taught the concept of glory, and in the process of growing up, they would constantly use material rewards to attract them. Using the clan's established positions, they would select and recruit the most loyal clansmen. Don't think that the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor were small, but once they became one, they would be integrated into the clan system. Under such a system, they would be influenced. On one side were the benefits and sweetness of power, and on the other side were the disadvantages of leaving the system. With a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, who could escape? Even the most rebellious person, the most eccentric person, would be assimilated into the clan step by step. Even if there was no loyalty, loyalty would be cultivated. Even if there was no family, friendship, or love would be involved. That was the power of the system. That was the power of rules. That was the clan's way of survival. Chapter 51. Night fell. The moon was like a silver plate, appearing between the clouds. Sparse stars adorned the surroundings. Guyue Mabe stood in the yard, looking up at the moon, his eyes shining. "Little brother, I heard you got injured today." Guyue's Emo Yan's voice came from behind him. "Sister, are you worried that I'll be traumatized after being beaten up so badly?" The Mabe turned around and smiled. Emo Yan looked at her brother's smile and heaved a sigh of relief. Even though she was worried, she said, "Of course not. I know you the best. My good brother, you have an indomitable fighting spirit. You are the future leader of the Emo family. How could you be scared by such a small injury?" "Hee, I know you love me the most." The Mabe scratched his head and laughed. "Do you know, sister?" Under the bright moonlight, this 15-year-old youngster's eyes shone with a bright luster. "Although I failed again this time, I heard that Feng Yuan guy's hurried breathing during the battle. In the past, I was beaten down by him in 2 or 3 moves, but he was always calm and composed. His panting already revealed his weakness. He is definitely not as strong as most people think. One day, I will defeat him fair and square." "Good. You are indeed a good man of the Emo bloodline." Emo Yin laughed and patted her brother's head, showing concern on her face. "But you have internal injuries, so don't practice for the next few days." "Sister, don't touch my head like that. I'm already a grown-up." The Mabe shook his head and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, "I know what you were saying. I already have a plan. I will use these few days to nourish my aperture walls and complete my advancement from initial stage to intermediate stage. I will first get the class monitor position and suppress Feng Yuan's limelight. I will let him know that a Gu master's cultivation focuses on talent. If you think that way, I can rest assured. I was only a vice class monitor in the past. If you become a monitor, it will make up for my regret. Sister, don't worry. I must take the position of class monitor." Almost at the same time, in the Qi family, in the secret room, there was only a torch inserted into the groove of the bluestone wall. The fire burned fiercely, illuminating the small secret room. Guyue Yin, one of the 2 elders in power, was facing his grandson, Gue Cheng. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. Their shadows were cast on the ground, swaying along with the dancing flames. Guyue stretched out his hand and pressed his palm against Qiqing's lower abdomen. Strands of white-silver primeval essence followed the old man's thoughts and poured into Guyue City's aperture. Guyue Cheng's face was filled with nervousness. His mind was completely focused on his aperture, trying his best to suppress the fluctuation of his primordial sea. In this world, there are no 2 identical leaves. To different Gu masters, there was no such thing as identical primeval essence. Once foreign primeval essence entered the aperture, it would cause the primeval essence in the aperture to resist. If Guyue Cheng did not suppress it and allowed the primeval essence to resist, it would definitely cause a clash of primeval essence. The violent fluctuation caused by the clash would cause damage to the aperture. The primordial sea in the aperture was the foundation of a goo master's cultivation. It was of utmost importance. Once the aperture was injured, the cultivation would drop, and the aptitude would drop. Once the aperture was completely destroyed, the goo master would die immediately. After a while, Guyuel Yin slowly stopped the primeval essence injection and retracted his hand. Guyue Cheng immediately heaved a long sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing. "Thank you, grandfather. You have to pour primeval essence into me every 3 days to nourish the aperture. I've made you tired." Guyuel Yin's forehead was full of sweat. He sighed and said, "There is no other way. Your aptitude is only C grade. If you rely on your strength to advance to middle stage, it would take a long time. This time is usually twice the time of B grade and 4 times the time of a grade. This way, you will be exposed. So although this method is dangerous, it has to be used." Grandson understands grandfather's good intentions. "It's good that you understand." The old man sighed again. "This method has a huge side effect. The aperture walls are being nourished by my white-silver primeval essence. Although the effect of the white-silver primeval essence is outstanding, to you, it is still a foreign primeval essence. From now on, even if the aperture walls change from a light film to a water film, it will still be mixed with my aura. The more foreign aura there is, the more the aperture will not exist. This is pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It will shrink your future development space." Guyue Cheng tightly pursed his lips. "Grandfather, for the future of my Qi family, grandson is willing to sacrifice my own future." Guyuel Yin's heart was immediately at ease. He nodded and stroked his beard. "You have such thoughts. Very good, very good. But heaven's secrets always leave a way out. You are not without hope. If you can find the cleansing water goo in the future, you can cleanse your aperture walls and get rid of the foreign aura in the aperture primeval sea, eliminating this side effect. Also, grandfather has already used my connections to get people to buy the liquor worm for you. This worm can help a goo master refine their primeval essence in the rank 1 realm, advancing by a small realm. The primeval essence refined this way is your own primeval essence, and not a foreign primeval essence. If you use it to nourish the aperture, there are no side effects or risks, and the nourishing effect is even better." Guyuel Yin was overjoyed. "Thank you, grandfather. But the liquor worm is hard to find. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the liquor worm, boar goo, bookworm, and so on are the rarest goo. Once they appear on the market, they are bought almost immediately. Of course, there are some goo worms in this world that are rumored to be able to change a goo master's aptitude. But for most of my life, I have only vaguely heard about it and have never seen it with my own eyes." The old man said leisurely. The night wind blew into the room from the window. Guyue Fangjing sat on the bed with his eyes closed, both hands holding a yuan stone. The green bronze primeval sea surged without any wind, waves crashing against the white aperture walls. He had a great aptitude, and his primeval sea took up more than 80% of the aperture. His primeval essence recovery speed was 2 times that of Fang Yuan. This unique advantage allowed him to be close to rank 1 middle stage. Whoosh! After a long while, Guyue Fangjing breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The green bamboo buildings were lined up, and it was quiet and peaceful. When cultivating, time always passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's already late at night. Fangjing's mouth moved, and he muttered softly. He slowly opened his hands, and immediately, 2 handfuls of gray stone powder fell from his hands onto the floor in front of the bed. Once the natural primeval essence in the yuan stone is completely absorbed, it will turn into a pile of stone powder. Seeing the stone powder fall, Fangjing frowned slightly. He took out his money pouch, which had already dried up. Opening the pouch, he saw that there were only 3 yuan stone left. Every 7 days, Fangjing would receive 3 yuan stone from the academy as an allowance, but Fang Yuan would snatch one away, so he only had 2 left. Uncle and aunt would also give him a living allowance, which was also 3 yuan stone every 7 days. How could these yuan stones be used? Fangjing wanted to surpass his brother Fang Yuan. So he took the initiative to look for Uncle and Aunt many times to ask for some yuan stone. After a few times, Aunt would talk to him and tell him that their family was in dire straits and that they had no spare money. Fang Zheng was too embarrassed to ask for more. Father and mother have already done their best to nurture me for my cultivation. I can't make things difficult for them anymore and ask for yuan stone from them. There are only 3 yuan stone left, so I have to use them sparingly. I will use one every day. This way, I can use it for 3 days. I have a feeling that after 3 or 4 days, I will definitely advance to the middle stage. I just don't know how Big Brother's progress is. Thinking of this, Fang Zheng subconsciously looked out of the window at the direction of the academy dormitory. I have a grade talent, and Big Brother is only C grade. His progress will definitely not be as fast as mine. Big Brother will definitely not be my opponent this time. Big Brother, I will let you know the power of a grade talent. Thinking of this, Fang Zheng could not help but clench his fists. Academy dormitory. In the dark, he did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the darkness, he did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed. In the dark, he did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the past, at this time, Fang Yuan would have already laid down and slept. But in today's cultivation, he felt that he was just a step away from entering the middle stage. I might as well not sleep tonight and directly rush to the middle stage. His eyes flashed with determination. Then, he closed his eyes, and his mind entered his aperture. 44% of the green copper primeval sea had just been refined by the liquor worm into pale green middle stage primeval essence. Rise. Fang Yuan's mind moved, and the calm green copper primeval sea immediately began to ripple. The ripples became more and more numerous, becoming bigger and bigger, forming wave after wave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The waves came one after another, crashing into the aperture walls all around. It was like crashing into a reef. Most of the primeval essence broke into emerald green waves, splashing high, and then merging into the sea. A small portion of the primeval essence was consumed, turning into traces of mysterious invisible energy, seeping into the white light membrane aperture walls. Rise again. Fang Yuan's mind stirred, and the scale of the pale green waves grew larger and larger. The previous waves were at most like dogs and rabbits running, but now they were like a herd of horses, crashing into the aperture's light membrane. Horses like dragons, waves flying into the sky. The primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the water level continued to drop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The waves were endless, and finally the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. That white light membrane suddenly trembled, and the originally gentle white light suddenly blossomed with an aggressive light. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Knowing that it was a crucial moment, he quickly activated his primeval essence and continued to wash it. The white light became brighter and brighter, and the light rays began to distort and intertwine, giving people a feeling that it was getting thicker and thicker. In a dozen breaths' time, streaks of light appeared on the light membrane. The streaks of light were like streams of water that flowed continuously, colliding with each other. In the process of collision, they continued to merge and strengthen, forming a white stream of light. Finally, the light streams merged into one and completely covered the light membrane. The white light dimmed, and the original white light membrane around the aperture walls had disappeared and was replaced by a spherical white water membrane. The surface of the light membrane was smooth, without any impurities. The water membrane was obviously thicker than the light membrane, and the light on it flowed, flickering. The primeval sea regained its calmness, and there was still 20% seawater left in the aperture. Advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan laughed brightly and opened his eyes. Bright sunlight passed through the cracks of the window and entered. Unknowingly, a night had passed, and it was already morning. Chapter 52. Fang Yuan actually didn't come to class today. Look, his seat has always been empty. How can he be so daring? It's the Academy Elders class this morning, and he actually dares to not come. Not good. The Elder's face is ugly. Looks like Fang Yuan is going to be unlucky. Hee hee. In the classroom, the youths discussed in low voices. Some gazes kept sweeping towards Fang Yuan's empty seat, and the academy elder's face was getting darker and darker. Ever since Fang Yuan started his robbery and extortion, he stood on the opposite side of everyone else. Seeing him in trouble was something all the students loved to see. Section 51. Let's see how you explain the situation. The academy elder's face was ashen. As he explained the trick of nurturing the aperture, he secretly swept his eyes over Fang Yuan's seat. He laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan, yesterday I was still worried that I couldn't catch you. Today you came to me on your own accord. You are still a 15-year-old youth. I have overestimated you. The unsightly expression on his face was mostly an act. His goal was to take the opportunity to punish Fang Yuan and get rid of his increasingly arrogant attitude. Undeniably, as time passed, Fang Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger, pressuring the other students to the point where they could not breathe. The academy elder did not wish to see one school dominate. What he wished to see was a scene of 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools contending. Come. The academy elder bent his finger and lightly knocked on the desk. Sir, your subordinate is here. The two guards outside immediately pushed the door open and entered. The academy elder snorted coldly in front of everyone. This Fang Yuan is too outrageous to actually be so lazy, openly skipping class in front of my eyes. Go to the dormitory and bring him here. Yes, sir. The guards turned and left. Seeing the guards disappear outside the door, the academy erupted into noise when Section 51. Let's see how you explain it. Countless students whispered to each other. Fang Yuan is out of luck this time. Someone's eyes lit up. Hee hee, there's going to be a good show to watch later. Someone laughed gloatingly. Big brother, you're too arrogant. You are challenging the authority of the clan elder. No matter what punishment you receive, you asked for it. Guyue Fangjing looked at his seat and sighed in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. The academy elder's face was grave and stern. He slammed his hand on the desk 3 times. Everyone, be quiet. There is no noise in the academy. At this moment, his aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was daunting. Suddenly, the classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The students all shut their mouths in fear and sat up straight. It was just that on the surface, but in their hearts, their attention had long been drawn to this matter. The class continued, and the youths all seemed a little absent-minded. Some of the students who were seated near the windows would look out from time to time. Time passed, and after a while, footsteps suddenly came from the door. In a split second, the ears of many students twitched, and dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. He's here. The academy elder also heard the footsteps, and he could not help but squint his eyes. He had already thought of how to deal with Fang Yuan. He would punish him to stand outside the door for 6 hours. Although the punishment was not heavy, it was a loss of face. After class, the students would walk in and out of the door, and if they kept walking, they would see Fang Yuan, who was punished to stand. This way, it would shatter Fang Yuan's terrifying image. When the students realized that Fang Yuan was only so-so, the threat that Fang Yuan brought to them would be greatly reduced, and their hearts would be filled with courage, and their fighting spirit would be ignited. What was amazing was, the punishment for Fang Yuan came from the academy. Invisibly, there would be reverence. Only reverence would there be obedience. Therefore, although this method was simple, it actually had a deeper meaning behind it. The footsteps got closer and closer, and finally the person stopped outside the door. Dong, dong, dong. A series of knocks came from the door. Hee hee, I'll open the door. A student who was sitting near the door volunteered to stand up, walked out of his seat, and opened the door. The academy involuntarily quietened down, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the door. Creak. The door was in the hands of the student and was gently pulled open a gap. Sunlight shone in through the gap, and the body of the student who opened the door, at this moment, suddenly trembled. Ah! He was stunned for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, and subconsciously took a big step back. His body collided with the desk and instantly lost his balance, and even the desk and him fell to the ground. His face was completely white and filled with fear. His 4 limbs trembled, and he could not exert any strength. Falling to the ground, He clumsily tried to get up, and then fell back down again. What's going on? For a moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, and they frowned deeply. Countless pairs of curious and inquiring eyes shot towards the door. The door was slowly pushed open by the person outside. The Academy elder also subconsciously stopped his lecture. The first thing that caught his eyes was a hand that was supporting the door. A young man's left hand. It was a bloody left hand. A bloody hand. Seeing this bloody hand, many of the female students covered their mouths and let out an uncontrollable cry of shock. The door slowly was completely pushed open. The bright sunlight shone in, the light was blinding, and everyone could not help but squint their eyes. The incandescent sunlight became the background, and a pitch-black silhouette, outlined the outline of a skinny young man, appeared in everyone's vision. For some reason, in the Academy elder's heart, there was suddenly a strong sense of unease. It's Feng Yuan. Someone let out a shout filled with shock. Everyone quickly adapted to the sunlight and clearly saw the person who came. They saw Feng Yuan covered in blood, standing at the door with his head held high, as though he had just experienced an intense battle. His left hand that was pushing the door slowly retracted, and his right hand was pulling on his hair, dragging a person. This person's left arm was already broken, and he did not move and had already fainted. He allowed the wound on his left shoulder to gurgle with blood. It's one of the guards that went to find Feng Yuan. Someone recognized the person's identity. What on earth is going on? Someone went crazy. He killed again, and this time he killed a guard. Someone pointed at Feng Yuan and screamed in fear. It was as though the louder they screamed, the more they could release the fear and panic in their hearts. For a moment, the academy was in an uproar. Many of the students forgot their discipline at this moment and unconsciously stood up from their seats in shock. They stared at Feng Yuan at the door with eyes filled with shock and panic. In their imagination, Feng Yuan would be escorted here by two guards, one on the left and one on the right. But the reality in front of them was, Feng Yuan's body was covered in blood, and his expression was cold, as though a demon had arrived. Of the two guards, one had disappeared, and the other was not moving. Blood slowly flowed out from his body, and very quickly accumulated into a pool of fresh blood at the door. A thick stench of blood instantly filled the air in the hall. The academy elder was stunned. He had never expected such a scene to unfold. After the shock, there was a surge of anger. These two guards were martial artists with different surnames, and if they died, then so be it. The academy elder did not care. But the key was their identity. They were the academy's guards, and represented the academy's authority, and represented the academy elder's face. This Feng Yuan was simply too daring. It was bad enough that he killed Gao Wan, but now he even dared to kill the academy's guards. No, it was not just daring, it was a naked provocation, a provocation of the academy's authority. The academy elder's hair stood up in anger, and he pointed at Feng Yuan and shouted, "Feng Yuan, what's the matter with you? You have to give me a clear explanation and give me a reason to forgive you. Otherwise, just based on the fact that you killed the guards, you will be thrown into prison and await the family's punishment." All the students kept quiet out of fear. The windows were shaking, and the academy elder's roar echoed throughout the academy. Only Feng Yuan's expression was calm, and his eyes were deep, as usual, without a trace of emotion. Looking around, Feng Yuan loosened his right hand, and with a plop, the guard's head fell into the pool of blood on the floor, and blood splattered, staining Feng Yuan's trousers. He cupped his hands towards the academy elder, and in the silent academy, his calm voice rang out, "Sir Academy Elder, this junior indeed has something to report. Speak." The academy elder clasped his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at Feng Yuan, his gaze like ice. In his heart, he was laughing coldly. "Feng Yuan, you have made one mistake after another, and your mistakes are getting bigger and bigger. I want to see how you explain yourself." Hey. Chapter 53. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack! The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, fighting against the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyu village, countless tall buildings were lined up in a row. They buried their heads and endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off. The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind, Gu masters lead the Gu worms, especially the fat beetle section 47. Jiajin Shang, I don't want to kill you, don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and look after the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guyue village for 3 days, the caravan left, following Qingmao Mountain's mountain path towards their next destination. The heavy rain washed over the land, and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones, which was still okay. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostriches hung their heads, their brightly colored feathers drenched by the rain, sticking together into pieces. They were truly drenched. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad Gu happily cried out, carrying the goods and Gu masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved through the muddy water. In order to protect the goods from the rain, Section 47, Jiajin Shang, I don't want to kill you. The Gu masters were also showing their abilities. On the bodies of the fat beetles, there were Gu masters standing in the middle. They raised their hands up high, and a golden radiant chi insect hovered an inch above their palms. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The Gu worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge, pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time, a rank 1 Gu master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while, a Gu master shouted, I can't take it anymore. My primeval essence is exhausted. Who will replace me? I'll do it. Almost immediately, a Gu master rushed over and took over his position. Some Gu masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk Gu in their bodies. Under the green silk Gu's power, the Gu master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They intertwined with each other, wrapping around the Gu master's body and the Gu mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk Gu was a rank 1 Gu worm, often used by Gu masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the I-Chi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk Gu was refined with the rank 1 black boar Gu, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane Gu. When the black mane Gu was activated, not only the hair, but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the Gu master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane Gu continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 Gu, the steel mane Gu. Other than the I-Chi golden light worm and green silk Gu, many Gu masters in the caravan chose the water spider Gu. It could be seen that these Gu masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The Gu masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, the Gu master would need to activate the water spider Gu to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road, taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos, the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather! The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain, the mountain roads were even more difficult to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness was a light one, but there was a chance that they would contract some sequelae, and if the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the goo master on the road. If there was a landslide on the mountain road, or if they were attacked by wild beasts or goo worms, they might lose their lives. The caravan was huge, and there were many goo masters. But every time they traveled, there would be a large number of casualties. Many mortal martial artists died, and goo masters would also have casualties. If the caravan encountered a large migrating beast group, it was possible that they would be completely annihilated. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were still others. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds like to rob outsiders. Let's go. See you next year. Some goo masters sat on their goo worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Guyue village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. You must come again next year, the children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. The future is uncertain. The ways of the world are difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will remain in the village. Whether it is a caravan or living in the village, it is not easy to make a living. The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household rubbish left behind. Feng Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat, colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. The heavens are really on my side. Feng Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore an ordinary linen shirt. His body was thin. His skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled under the umbrella with the wind. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinsheng last night and cleaned up the scene. But it happened too suddenly, and there was something wrong. Especially the smell of blood, because the secret cave was not ventilated. It was not easy to get rid of. With this heavy rain, it washed the earth and the air, greatly weakening the detection methods that relied on smell. There was definitely a small waterfall coming from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of amazing goo worms, and a variety of detection methods. Even Feng Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then, along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Feng Yuan's feet, splashing water everywhere. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner, completely entering the dense forest, Feng Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious expression. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation is weak and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jia Fu will come back to investigate, and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is far behind. The Jia family had arranged this to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a setback, to let him see the reality and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jia Fu's character. If the setback is too great, to the point that even his own brother can't be tolerated, how can the Jia family head position be given to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity! What a pity for such a good chess piece. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his heart. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable chess piece. Jia Jinsheng's cultivation was weak, but his status was high. Although he was a little clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control it. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, in preparation for killing and robbing in the future. Secondly, Fang Yuan would be hiding behind the scenes, using him and the Shadow Wall to incite conflict between the three villages on Qingmao Mountain, triggering a civil war and reaping the benefits. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause a Gu fighting tournament, and it would be a huge matter. There were many benefits, and Fang Yuan could definitely obtain great benefits from it. My current cultivation is too low, and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece and still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family, and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinsheng can easily break out of this situation. What a pity! I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more precious than Jia Jinsheng. Of course, if he could have both, that would be great. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinsheng could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. 10 out of 10 things in this world do not go your way. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Fang Yuan's original plan. And after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of blood words appeared, reminding Fang Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole, and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The blood words only appeared for a few breaths, and then disappeared. The shadow wall also reverted to a normal mountain wall. Fang Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinsheng in a hurry, there will be many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crack for the time being. I have to hide in the village for the time being and guard against the investigation. Fang Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. In this period of time, I have consumed large amounts of Yuan stone and refined middle-stage primeval essence. Using middle-stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I will be able to break through to middle stage soon. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have more confidence in inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of a demonic cultivator was not as gentle as that of a righteous cultivator. There would usually be dangerous tests. If the test was not passed, the price to pay would be his life. The affairs of the world are hard to predict, but because of this, it is very interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish-green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew, and the raindrops slanted, hitting Fang Yuan's shoulder. A wave of cold air assaulted him. He then thought of Jia Jinsheng. He sighed in his heart. Jia Jinsheng, actually, I did not want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece. Chapter 54. In the academy, Everyone's gaze was focused on Feng Yuan. These gazes contained shock, fear, mockery, and coldness. Feng Yuan turned a blind eye to these gazes. He looked at the academy elder, pointing at the unconscious guard on the ground, his expression solemn. Reporting to Elder, these two guards had malicious intentions. They deserved to die. They forcefully broke in at the critical moment when I was about to break through to the middle stage. As everyone knows, a Gu master's cultivation cannot be disturbed, especially when breaking through to a higher realm. If one is careless, not only will the breakthrough fail, the aperture will also be damaged. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to step into the middle stage the moment they barged in. But, without waiting for the others to react, Feng Yuan continued, these two still refused to admit the mistake they made earlier, actually boasting shamelessly about attacking me, and even insulting my clan's ancestor, falsely claiming that it was Lord Clan Elder's idea to disturb this junior's cultivation. The student did not believe it, and resisted fiercely. These two were highly skilled, and I fought bravely, defeating them both. But seeing that these two are the Academy's guards, I didn't kill them. Only one had his arm cut off, and the other had his leg cut off. Although they lost a lot of blood, they did not die. This matter is like this. Please uphold justice for me, Elder. Finishing, Feng Yuan cupped his fists towards the Academy Elder. His tone was hurried, saying a lot, and the others did not have the right to interrupt. After he finished, the surrounding people slowly reacted. What did Feng Yuan just say? I don't think I heard it clearly. I think he said he advanced to the middle stage. How can it be? He's just a C-grade talent trash. How could he be the first to advance to the middle stage? He must be lying. He's afraid of the Academy's punishment, so he lied. The students all began to discuss loudly. Compared to Feng Yuan advancing to the middle stage, the life and death of the two guards were no longer important. They were not surnamed Guyue, who would care about their life and death. You said that you have already advanced to rank 1 middle stage? The Academy Elder's voice was cold. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Feng Yuan, you can't say such things carelessly. If you admit your mistake now, I can still deal with you leniently because it's your first offense. However, if you continue to make mistakes and try to cover up with lies, then this old man will tell you right now that lies are easy to see through. Feng Yuan did not try to defend himself. He only chuckled and said to the Academy Elder, Elder, please check. Without needing him to say anything, the Academy Elder had already walked over. He placed his hand on Feng Yuan's lower abdomen and diverted a bit of his attention into it. He immediately saw the scene of Feng Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, there was no goo. The spring-autumn cicada had already hidden itself. A rank 6 goo's level was far higher than a rank 3 Academy Elders. If it wanted to hide, it would not be easily discovered. As for the liquor worm, Feng Yuan temporarily put it in the wine jar in the dormitory and did not carry it with him. The Academy Elder closed his eyes and saw a bronze primordial sea, calm and undisturbed. Every drop of primordial water was the pale green color of middle-stage primordial essence. Looking at the surrounding aperture walls, the white aperture walls were rippling with light, as if they were made up of water. Waves of water were flowing rapidly. Water membrane. He really advanced to middle stage. How is this possible? The Academy Elder shouted in his heart, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. But he tried his best to hide it, his face as solemn as water. After a moment, he digested this fact and slowly retracted his hand, saying in a low voice, it is indeed middle stage. The students had long held their breaths, quietly waiting for the result. Once the Academy Elder said this, the entire academy seemed to explode. The students were bewildered, each of their faces showing an expression of disbelief. Feng Yuan was only a C grade, but he was the first to advance to middle stage. This was something that defied common sense. When a Gu master cultivated and broke through realms, the most important thing was talent. Are you kidding me? Even a C grade could advance first? How could those A and B grade talents endure this? Guyue Fengjing's face turned pale. He was still full of confidence last night, but now the truth was in front of him. He could not take the impact and sat down. Guyue Mabe clenched his fists. Guyue Fengjing gritted his teeth. The Academy Elder could not be fooled. So how did Feng Yuan do it? At that moment, all the youths stared at Feng Yuan. They all had the same question in their hearts. With Feng Yuan's C-grade talent, how did he advance so quickly? The Academy Elder's heart was also filled with doubts. Under such a huge doubt, he threw the idea of suppressing Feng Yuan to the back of his mind and asked directly, Feng Yuan, I hope you can explain. How did you advance to middle stage? Feng Yuan smiled silently. Heaven rewards the diligent. As a student, I studied hard and trained hard, accumulating over time. So success came naturally. Liar. Teach, if heaven rewards the diligent, I would have been number one long ago. Studied hard and trained hard? Just a while ago, I saw him leisurely strolling around the shops. The students were obviously not satisfied with such an answer. Is that so? The Academy Elder did not deny it. His eyes were cold as he stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's face was calm, and he stared back at the elder without fear. He was bathed in blood, and his linen clothes were messy, as if he had just gone through an intense battle. His eyes were as deep as a lake, revealing a kind of calmness, a kind of indifference, and even a hint of mockery. Seeing such a pair of eyes, the Academy Elder's heart could not help but waver. This Feng Yuan is not afraid, not scared, not shocked. How could I force him to reveal it? With his C-grade talent, he was able to advance to middle stage first. There must be a secret. But since he does not want to reveal this secret, as the Academy Elder, I cannot force him to reveal it. Looks like I can only investigate in secret. Thinking of this, the Academy Elder could only retract his gaze, and his cold and stern face softened. But Feng Yuan did not let it go. This student is terrified. Sir Elder, how are you going to deal with these two guards? These two have lost too much blood, and if they are not treated, they will die. You are terrified? The Academy Elder could not help but snort coldly in his heart. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. Now that things had developed to this stage, as the person in charge of the Academy, he had to step up and deal with it. But how should I deal with it? The Academy Elder could not help but feel that it was a little tricky. He could not help but ponder. Feng Yuan took in the Academy Elder's change of expression. He laughed in his heart. The Academy Elder must be in a difficult position right now. These two guards were just servants with a different surname, and their lives were as cheap as grass. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be fine if they died. No one would care. But the situation now was different. These two were personally sent out by the Academy Elder. If they really died, it would be a disgrace to the Academy Elder. So these two guards would not die, and the Academy Elder would treat them. What really troubled the Academy Elder was the way to deal with Feng Yuan. In his original plan, Feng Yuan played truant first, and then killed the guards, going against his teacher and being arrogant. According to the clan rules, he would be locked up in the clan's prison to reflect and admit his mistakes. But these mistakes, when added to the fact that Feng Yuan had advanced to the middle stage, suddenly became different. Feng Yuan, because of his cultivation, had no choice but to play truant and kill the guards. This was pardonable. The key was that he had successfully advanced to the middle stage, becoming the first person in this batch. This was the right thing to do. What did Feng Yuan rely on to advance to the middle stage? This secret could be put aside. Winner takes all. Everyone cared about the results. No one would criticize such an outstanding junior. The Academy Elder could not punish him in any way. What did the Academy do? It was to nurture outstanding Gu masters, to inject fresh blood into the clan. With such an outstanding youth appearing as the Academy Elder, it would be a dereliction of duty to suppress him. Just like when a student achieved good results, as the teacher, he had to praise and encourage him, not punish or criticize him. A teacher who criticized and punished a student because of their outstanding results would never be acknowledged. Maybe the other elders, because they were afraid of Feng Yuan's development prospects, or because of grudges, would suppress Feng Yuan in the dark. But only you, the Academy Elder, cannot. Because you are in charge of the Academy, you have to be fair and just, at least on the surface. These are the rules. Are we just going to let him go like this? It was not easy to get a hold of his weakness. The Academy Elder felt very unresigned. He knew in his heart that all the youths in the Academy were outsiders. Outsiders could only watch the show, unable to see the intricacies, unable to experience the excitement in the dark. In fact, this was the first time he, the Academy Elder, and the scholar, Fang Yuan, exchanged blows. First, he did not let go of the rules, wanting to punish Fang Yuan and destroy his strong image in the hearts of the other youths. Then, Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His move seemed rash, but it hit the nail on the head. Using the excuse of advancing to the intermediate level, he immediately regained his footing. As for the two unlucky guards, they were just pawns that were innocently implicated in the fight between the two and were sacrificed. This Fang Yuan, he is too scheming. If he really killed the two guards, I could still use this reason to counterattack. Although his talent is not much, but his methods are so experienced and thorough, it is hard to imagine that this was done by a 15-year-old youth. But I can't even counterattack. No wonder in the early years, there were rumors of his early intelligence and poetry. The Academy Elder suddenly realized that he had already lost. His failure was due to his identity. He was the Academy Elder in charge of the Academy. This was his strength, but it was also his weakness. One point of strength was one point of weakness. Fang Yuan had long seen through this logic. The Academy Elder felt helpless and annoyed. He had once asked Fang Yuan to explain, but Fang Yuan's explanation was actually full of loopholes and could not stand up to scrutiny. These guards were all chosen by the Academy Elder, and their temperaments could not be so rash and would not be so stupid as to insult the ancestors of Guyue. Fang Yuan's words were said on purpose. It was undisguised slander and was framing in front of an insider. The Academy Elder was very clear on this point, but he was clear that he could not pursue this matter. This was a trap. Once he pursued this matter, and the truth was revealed, how would he deal with this matter? If he did not punish Fang Yuan, the two guards would be wronged, and he, as the Academy Elder, would not be fair in handling matters. How would he be able to convince the masses in the future? If he punished Fang Yuan, he would be suppressing the good and being jealous of the talented. For the sake of two foreign servants, suppressing the younger generation of the clan. If this matter were to spread, it would cause the dissatisfaction of the clan. So the best way to deal with this was to turn a blind eye and treat these two guards as disposable. Then he would determine that these two had committed a grave mistake. At the same time, he would commend Fang Yuan. This way, the clansmen would be satisfied, and the guards, who had been deceived, would also think that this was fair. This way of dealing with it was undoubtedly in the best interest of the Academy Elder. Logic told the Academy Elder that this was the way to deal with it. But emotionally, the Academy Elder could not overcome this hurdle. This Fang Yuan was too despicable. This time, not only did the Academy Elder not suppress Fang Yuan's limelight, but he had become a stepping stone, stepped on by Fang Yuan, and lost face in front of everyone. Fang Yuan did not respect him in the slightest, and dared to target him in front of everyone. This made him, the Academy Elder, feel a sense of shame and humiliation. The key was, in the future, if these two guards felt wronged and wanted to expose the truth, in order to protect his image and identity, the Academy Elder would have to be the first to jump out and suppress these two guards. But this was all caused by Fang Yuan. What kind of feeling was this? To make an analogy, it was as if Fang Yuan had pooped on the Academy Elder's face, and the Academy Elder had to praise Fang Yuan, and at the same time clean up his mess. If there was an outsider who wanted to point it out and say that the Academy Elder had pooped on his face, he would have to shut the outsider's mouth at the first possible moment. This kind of grievance and humiliation was almost unbearable for the Academy Elder. There was a growing urge in his heart to directly slap Fang Yuan a few times. But in the end, the Academy Elder only reached out his hand and lightly patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. So small. The Academy Elder's face was as dark as water, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. It's all thanks to the Academy's nurturing. Fang Yuan's tone was calm. Chapter 55. Everything was within Fang Yuan's expectations. After that, the Academy Elder ordered a healing Gu Master to save the two guards. The guards' lives were saved, but they were heavily injured. and were chased out of the academy by the academy elder. Fang Yuan did not receive any punishment, but was instead praised. Such an outcome caused the other youths to feel even more fear. But this matter was far from over. As time passed, the storm spread to the entire clan. Fang Yuan was the first to advance to middle stage with his C-grade aptitude, and this became the topic of discussion in the clan. After meals, many people were discussing this matter. After the initial shock, people started to speculate about the mystery of Fang Yuan's advancement. Actually, with C-grade talent, surpassing A and B grade, advancing to middle stage first, is not a strange thing. That's right, there are many ways to achieve this in this world. For example, the relic goo. Once this goo is used, it can refine the aperture walls and boost one's cultivation. Advancing a small realm is a piece of cake. At once, there were all sorts of opinions, and all sorts of possible answers were discussed. As for the liquor worm, variant primeval essence, and so on, many people naturally brought up the topic. If Fang Yuan had revealed the existence of the liquor worm at the first moment, there would not have been such an uproar. But by covering it up like this, he had unknowingly attracted everyone's curiosity. Guyue village looked calm on the surface, but there was already an undercurrent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the academy, waiting for the academy elder's explanation. As the academy elder, if he did not even know how his students advanced, that would be a dereliction of duty. So the academy elder had to give an explanation. Time passed day by day. The second youth to advance from initial stage to middle stage appeared. It was Guyue Mabe. Soon after, with just a difference of 3 hours, Guyue Fangjing also advanced successfully. He was dragged down by the lack of Yuan stone. Of course, there was also the fact that Fang Yuan's matter dealt a blow to him. The third was Guyue Cheng. Even though he had Guyue personally pouring his true essence into it, the efficiency of this method was not very high. It could only be used once every 3 days, and it was also very dangerous. However, being able to obtain third place with a C-grade aptitude was already a success. On the 5th day, the academy elder distributed the Yuan stone again. Guyue, Fang Yuan. Standing in front, he was the first to call out Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan stood up and walked forward with a calm expression. The gazes of the youths followed him, their gazes revealing jealousy, envy, suspicion, probing, hatred, and so on. Today, Lord Elder is not only distributing the allowance, but he is also arranging the positions of the class monitor and vice class monitor. As expected, the first person the family elder called was Fang Yuan. He's the first to be promoted. The position of class monitor is going to be his. It's hard to imagine this result. I thought it was Fangjing. It's too strange that he advanced to the intermediate level first. There must be a huge secret, but he's not telling us. Hee. If it were me, I wouldn't tell you either. Wouldn't it be better to get rich quietly? As the students whispered to each other, Fang Yuan walked in front of the academy elder. Guyue, Fang Yuan, you are the first rank 1 middle stage Gu master this year. This is your reward. Saying so, the academy elder passed him a blue and white coin pouch. Fang Yuan took the coin pouch and opened it in front of everyone, looking inside. Don't worry, there's a total of 30 Yuan stone inside. The academy won't shortchange you. The academy elder squeezed out a smile. To be honest, he did not expect that the first youth to advance to the intermediate level would be Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hear the academy elder's words. He rarely trusted others, but he trusted himself the most. He checked carefully and found that there were indeed 30 Yuan stone, not a single one missing. Only then did he keep the coin pouch in his arms. Seeing Fang Yuan's behavior, the academy elder thought that he was short on money, and the smile on his face widened. That's right, he's only a C-grade talent. To advance to the intermediate level, he'll need more Yuan stone. He doesn't have anyone else to help him, so Yuan stone is definitely tight. As long as he has a need for Yuan stone, he won't be out of control. As long as he enters the family's system, the secret he's keeping, even if we can't find out, one day, he'll spill it. Regarding this, the academy elder was very confident. In fact, from that day onwards, he had sent people to investigate Fang Yuan in secret. Almost every day, there would be new developments in the investigation. But it was obvious that those people had not found out that Fang Yuan had hundreds of yuan stone on hand and was actually quite generous. The Academy Elder continued, Fang Yuan, you are the first to advance to rank 1 middle stage. According to the Academy's rules, not only will you receive 30 yuan stone as a reward, you will also have priority in choosing your second gu worm. Now, I appoint you as the class monitor. In the end, Fang Yuan is finally appointed as the class monitor. Once this was said, some of the students sighed. Damn it. Guyue Mabe gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. Guyue Mabe crossed his arms, watching coldly from the side. The one who suffered the greatest blow was still Fang Yuan's younger brother, Gue Fangzhe. His face was pale, his eyes flickering, and a dark cloud shrouded his heart. When normal students see the class monitor and vice class monitor, they have to bow and greet them. With my results, I'll definitely be able to get the position of vice class monitor. But in the future, when I meet my brother, I still have to bow. Wait, but just as Fang Yuan opened his mouth, he smiled at the Academy Elder and said slowly, Sir Elder, your student's talent is shallow, and it's hard for me to take on the position of class monitor. Such a position should be given to a talented person. What? You mean you don't want to be the class monitor? If you become a class monitor, you'll receive 10 yuan stone every time. Are you sure you want to reject? The Academy Elder's eyebrows immediately twisted into a knot. He had been teaching for decades and had never seen anyone reject this position. Actually, he had thought about it. Letting Fang Yuan be the class monitor had its benefits. Once he became the class monitor, he would be included in the family system. Fang Yuan would have to enjoy the benefits and at the same time fulfill his duties. No matter what the specific duties of the class monitor were, he must at least stop extorting and robbing his classmates. This was definitely not something a class monitor could do. Just like previously, even if the Academy Elder was humiliated by Fang Yuan, he still had to praise Fang Yuan because of his cultivation results. Under the system, he couldn't handle things as he pleased, and many times he wouldn't have the freedom to do as he pleased. Of course, it wasn't that the Academy Elder disliked Fang Yuan for extorting so many yuan stones every time. He was thinking for the sake of all the students. Once Fang Yuan became the class monitor, he wouldn't be able to bully his classmates anymore. This would allow the other youths, under the heavy pressure of Fang Yuan, to breathe a sigh of relief. After that, he would then take advantage of the situation to create a scene where hundreds of schools of thought contend. As long as he could cultivate Fangjing, Ma Bei, Qicheng, these seeds of hope, what was sacrificing a small class monitor position? However, although the Academy Elder's plan was good, the reality was completely different from what he had expected. Fang Yuan rejected. He actually rejected. Although the position of class monitor was small, in the hearts of these youths, it represented the glory of being number one. Not only glory, but becoming a class monitor, the allowance was as much as 10 yuan stone every time. This kind of temptation, there had never been a youth who could resist it, but Fang Yuan actually rejected it. Fang Yuan saw the Academy Elder stunned and asked him in reply, "Don't tell me the Academy has a rule that only the first can be the class monitor? Can't one reject the position of class monitor?" The Academy Elder's face sank. Of course there isn't such an unreasonable rule. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Thank you for your understanding, Elder." After saying that, he cupped his hands, walked down, and returned to his seat. The students who had witnessed this with their own eyes were instantly in an uproar. For a moment, the Academy was boiling. Fang Yuan actually rejected it? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with his brain? I don't know what's wrong with his brain. He'll regret it in the future. Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor. Does that mean I'm the class monitor now? The surprise came too quickly. The second place Gue Mabe couldn't react in time. Gue Cheng's face was full of disbelief. He really couldn't understand. Someone actually gave up the position of class monitor. What a complete idiot. Brother. Gue Fangjing's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Fang Yuan as he walked back to his seat. According to Fangjing's results, he would definitely be the assistant class monitor. But when Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor, Fangjing suddenly felt that his position as the assistant class monitor was so dull and uninteresting. The academy elder's face was livid. He was really livid this time. Previously, when Fang Yuan skipped class, his face was also very ugly, but that was just an act for others to see. He was in a terrible mood, even worse than the previous time. Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor, which meant that he refused to join the family system. The academy elder had been in charge of the academy for decades, but this was the first time he had seen such a student who could actually refuse such a great temptation. He had wanted to invite him into the trap, but Fang Yuan refused, and the academy elder couldn't do anything about it. The subsidies were distributed. In the end, Guyue Mabe obtained the second place, which was unprecedented, outside of the class monitor. Fang Jing and Qi Cheng were each assistant class monitor. The allowance for the class monitor was 10 yuan stone. The allowance for the assistant class monitor was increased to 5 yuan stone. Chapter 56. A red sun slowly descended towards the mountains in the west. Its light was no longer glaring and dazzling. Instead, it was gentle and bright. The sky in the west was dyed red by it. The sunset was continuous, like a concubine receiving a reward, happily crowding around the emperor, wanting to sleep together. Everything in Qingmao Mountain was enveloped in a blurry rose color. The tall buildings were also draped with a layer of golden silk. The trees planted around the academy seemed to be smeared with a thin layer of oil. The wind blew gently. The students carried the yuan stone allowance they had just received, walked out of the classroom, each feeling refreshed. I really don't know what Fang Yuan was thinking, to actually give up the position of class monitor. His brain is broken, probably thinking about killing all day. Let's not pay attention to this kind of lunatic. Speaking of which, that day when he barged into the academy, I was really shocked. It was too scary. After returning that day, I had nightmares for the whole night. The students, in twos and threes, walked in groups. Hello, class monitor.
Yes.
Hello, class monitor. Yes, yes. Guyu Imobe swaggered around, and everywhere he went, the students bowed to him in greeting. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and intoxication. This was the charm of power. Even if it was a little different treatment, it would make people more sure of their own value. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. The setting sun was like blood. Ma Bei looked at it, his heart joyfully thinking, "Why didn't I notice this before? This red sunset is really cute. Humph, just being a class monitor and you're so arrogant. What's so great about it?" Guyue purposely walked at the back, not wanting to greet Guyue Ma Bei. I really don't know what Fang Yuan was thinking, to actually give up the position of class monitor. But it's also fortunate, or else how could I, who was ranked third, get the position of vice class monitor? Guyue Ma Bei was puzzled, but also glad. Hello, vice class monitor. At this time, an ordinary student walked past him, immediately bowed and greeted him. Nice to meet you too. Guyue Cheng nodded and smiled. As the student walked over, he naturally thought to himself, the feeling of being a vice chairman isn't bad. I think the feeling of being a chairman is even better. How great would it be if I wasn't the deputy chairman, but the chairman? Qi Cheng, who had just been rejoicing over this, was now yearning for the position of class president. Under the family system, each level of power was like a big carrot, deeply tempting him. Although I only have C-grade aptitude, I believe that everything will get better and better. Guyue was hopeful for the future. However, at that moment, Gue Fangjing, who was also the deputy chairman, was in a terrible mood and had an ugly expression on his face. Big brother, you? He stared dumbfoundedly at the school's entrance, where a lonely figure was blocking the way. Old rules, 1 yuan stone per person. Fang Yuan stood with his arms crossed and said calmly. Fangjing opened his mouth, and after a few tries, he finally said, "Big brother, I'm the deputy chairman now." Indeed. Fang Yuan nodded expressionlessly and glanced at Fangjing. The subsidy for a deputy chairman is up to 5 yuan each time. Then you hand over 3 yuan stones. Fangjing was dumbfounded, and for a moment, he couldn't say a word. A group of teenagers surrounded Guyue Mabe as they walked over. Seeing Fang Yuan blocking the school's entrance, Gue Mabe was furious and pointed at Fang Yuan. Fong Yuan, how dare you try to stop us? I'm the chairman now, and you, an ordinary student, have to bow and greet me when you see me. What answered him was Fong Yuan's fist. Guiyue Mabe was caught off guard and was hit by the fist. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his face was full of disbelief. You hit me? How dare you hit me? I'm the chairman. What answered him again was still Fong Yuan's fist. Bang, bang, bang. After a few exchanges of offense and defense, Guiyue Mabe was knocked to the ground by Fong Yuan, and he fainted. The surrounding teenagers were all dumbfounded, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. Everything was different from what they had imagined. The guards at the entrance watched everything unfold before their eyes and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Fong Yuan knocked down the new chairman. What should we do? Nothing. What do you mean? Just watch, and then call the others to clean up the place. But, what kind of person is Fong Yuan? And you want to provoke him? Think about what happened to Wang Dai and Wu Er. The guard who asked the question immediately shivered and didn't say anything else. The two guards at the entrance both straightened their bodies. They allowed the robbery to happen around them, as if they were deaf and blind, unable to hear or see anything. Fong Yuan dealt with Guiyue Mabe, and then Fang Jing and Qicheng. Only then did the other youths realize that nothing had changed. Fong Yuan was still the same Fong Yuan, and the robbery would still happen. 1 yuan stone per person, 3 for the vice-chairman, 8 for the chairman. Fong Yuan announced the new rules. The teenagers sighed and obediently took out their yuan stone. When they walked out of the hall, someone suddenly slapped his head and shouted, I got it. No wonder Fong Yuan doesn't want the chairman position. He wants to continue extorting us. That's right. Every time he extorts us, he gets 59 yuan stone, and now it has grown to 68. If he were the chairman, he would get 10 yuan stones at most. Many people came to a sudden realization. Too treacherous, too cunning, too vicious. Someone slapped his thigh and said angrily, Sigh, if that's the case, the chairman and vice-chairman are nothing. They are still being robbed, and there are still only 2 yuan stone left, exactly the same as us. It was unknown who said this, but when the teenagers heard it, they couldn't help but fall silent. Bang! The academy elder fiercely slapped the table and flew into a rage. This Fong Yuan is too much. What is he trying to do? He even dares to robbing the chairman of 8 yuan stone and the vice-chairman of 3 yuan stone. If that's the case, what's the difference between the chairman and the other normal students? The academy elder tried his best to lower his voice, and his words were filled with anger. Fong Yuan rejecting the chairman position was equivalent to refusing to be part of the family system. To put it more seriously, it was a form of betrayal to the family. This had already made the academy elder very angry. Following that, Fong Yuan robbed his classmates. His hands were stretching further and further, and had already exceeded the academy elder's bottom line. After being extorted like this, the chairman and vice-chairman's power and position would be completely weakened. Over time, the normal students would also lose their respect and interest towards these two positions. Fong Yuan's actions seemed small, but the significance was huge. This was already using his own strength to challenge the family system. This was a scene that the academy elder absolutely did not want to see. He was grooming the family's new hope and not a traitor to the family. However, even though Fong Yuan's actions had challenged his bottom line, the academy elder knew that he could not personally deal with this matter. If he really did that, the first person who would not let him off would be the clan leader. The second and third people who would have opinions against him would be Guiyue Yin and Guiyue Mo Qian. The clan leader had placed his hopes on Guiyue Fangjing. Fangjing was, after all, the only A-grade genius in the past 3 years. The clan leader needed a tenacious and independent genius, not a delicate flower that needed to be cared for. At the same time, Qilian and Mo Qian also hoped that their respective grandsons could grow up in this kind of setback. If the academy elder intervened and punished Fong Yuan on behalf of the students, if word got out, it would be the future successor of the Mo and Qi family couldn't beat Fong Yuan. So he had to ask for help from his elders. How ugly would that sound? This would be a huge blow to the Mo and Qi family's reputation. The academy elder was obviously not afraid of a mere Fong Yuan, but he was worried that if he interfered, he would attract pressure from the clan leader, the Mo family, and the Chi family. This was practically the entire upper echelon of the Guyue family. How could he, a mere elder, withstand it? The root of this matter still lies in Feng Yuan's secret. What did he rely on to advance to the intermediate level so easily? The Academy elder suppressed the anger in his heart and focused his gaze on the 3 investigation reports on the desk. On the first report, there was a detailed background of Feng Yuan's family. Feng Yuan came from a good background this time. His identity was not suspicious, and his background was also clean. Both his parents died, and he was taken in by his uncle and aunt. But they did not get along, and ever since he entered the academy, Feng Yuan had been living in the academy dormitory. On the second report, there was a record of Feng Yuan's life. He had early intelligence at a young age, and was looked upon favorably by the clan, thinking that he might have an A-grade talent. But after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be a C grade, causing the clan to be greatly disappointed. On the third party's report, there was Feng Yuan's recent whereabouts. His daily life was very simple, almost 3 points in one line. During the day, he attended classes in the academy, and at night, he slept in the dormitory. He was very hard-working in his cultivation, and every night, he would undergo Gu master cultivation to nourish his aperture. Sometimes, he would go out for a trip to the only inn in the village to improve his meals and buy wine to drink. He had a soft spot for wine and liked to drink green bamboo wine. Under his bed in the dormitory, there were tins of jars of green bamboo wine. The academy elder looked at the 3 reports in detail, and in his heart, his impression of Feng Yuan deepened. Both parents died early, and he is not on good terms with his uncle and aunt. No wonder this kid Feng Yuan has no sense of belonging to the clan. He was personally crowned as a genius by the clan, and then personally plucked off the title, falling from the sky to the ground. No wonder he is so unruly, eccentric, and cold. His life is so simple, and he is hard-working in his cultivation. All because he is holding back his anger, unwilling to admit defeat, and wants to prove to the clan that he can do it. That's why when I suppressed him, he fought back so fiercely. As the academy elder thought of this, he could not help but sigh softly. The more he understood Feng Yuan, the more he understood Feng Yuan. Of course, understanding did not mean forgiveness. Feng Yuan contradicted him, offended his dignity, and refused to be the class monitor, and even robbed his classmates. This was something he could not tolerate. Shaking the information in his hands, the academy elder frowned again. Although this information is detailed, it has nothing to do with the secret of Feng Yuan's advancement. It's already been a few days, and this bunch of people are too outrageous. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in, the academy elder said. The door opened. It was the clan leader Gu Bo's personal guard. The clan leader has ordered for Sir Elder to go to the clan leader's pavilion. There is an important matter to discuss. Oh, what is it? The academy elder stood up from his seat. He could feel the importance of this matter from the personal guard's tone and expression. The rank 4 Gu Master Jia Fu has returned, and his brother Jia Jinsheng's whereabouts are unknown. The personal guard answered. Hiss. The academy elder immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 57. A full moon was faintly discernible in the clouds. The academy elder hurried along the road. His face was shadowed by the flickering moonlight, and his expression was indistinct. It was hard to survive in this world, and Gu Masters going missing was a common occurrence. His rich life experience told the academy elder that under normal circumstances, this kind of mysterious disappearance usually meant death. But anyone could die. But he, Jia Jinsheng, could not. Especially not in the Guyue village. His identity was special. His father was the Jia clan leader, and his brother was Jia Fu, a rank 4 Gu master. Rank 4 Gu masters had yellow-gold primeval essence and great battle strength. In the entire Guyue clan, only the clan leader was a rank 4 and could match him. The other clan elders were only rank 3. The Jia clan leader's cultivation was rank 5, and under his leadership, the Jia clan prospered and became a large clan, occupying all the resources in the mountain and having many clansmen. Compared to them, the Guyue village was only a mid-sized clan. Once the two sides started fighting, the Guyue village would definitely be at a disadvantage. More importantly, if this matter were to spread, the reputation of the Guyue clan would also be tarnished. Many other caravans would also choose their routes carefully. If the Guyue village did not have trade with caravans, their surplus local resources could not be sold, and their need for external resources could not be purchased. As time passed, the village would definitely decline. This is no small matter. If it is not handled well, it will be a disaster. The Academy Elder was worried, rushing to the clan leader's pavilion. Once he stepped into the clan leader's pavilion discussion hall, the Academy Elder felt the heavy atmosphere. On the main seat sat the current generation Guyue clan leader, Guyue Bo, and the short and fat Jiafu, with 5 to 6 followers, stood in the middle of the hall, looking like he was going to interrogate them. Under the illumination of the bright lights, many of the clan elders stood beside the chairs, their solemn expressions clearly visible. Jiafu was a rank 4 Gu master, and even he did not sit. These clan elders were only rank 3, and naturally did not dare to sit. This was the deterrence of a rank 4 Gu master. It was also a form of reverence for power. Greetings. Just as the Academy Elder was about to bow, he was stopped by clan leader Guyue Bo. The gray-haired Guyue Bo was currently massaging his temples with his fingers, a distressed expression on his face. Let's not talk about this anymore. You've always been in charge of the family's academy. Let me ask you, where is Guyue Fongyuan? The Academy Elder was shocked, thinking to himself, how did this matter get related to that lad Fongyuan again? He respectfully replied, right now at this hour, he should be cultivating in the academy's dormitory. The clan leader sighed. Now, Brother Jia is very suspicious that the disappearance of his brother Jia Jinsheng is related to Guyue and Fongyuan. I order you to go immediately and bring Fongyuan here. The Academy Elder's heart trembled. Yes, he knew the severity of this matter, and hurriedly bowed before turning to leave. Brother Jia, that Fongyuan will be here soon. Take a seat. Guyue Bo pointed to the seat beside him and said to Jiafu. Jiafu laughed bitterly and cupped his fists towards Guyue Bo. Apologies to Brother Guyue. I'm really anxious now. I haven't seen my brother for a few days already. I'm afraid he's in trouble. I really can't sit still. Some things can only be understood after losing them. Jiafu only reacted recently. Why did his father arrange for Jia Jinsheng, a burden, to lead the caravan with him? It was to test his character, to see if he could pay attention to family while suppressing others, and at the same time take care of his brother Jia Jinsheng. If Jia Jinsheng were to die, how would his father view Jiafu? When he realized this, he immediately investigated the caravan and quickly locked onto the Guyue village. Almost without stopping, he rushed back. Now that he was standing in the middle of the hall and not sitting down, he wanted to create an aura of someone who was determined to get what he wanted. This was to put pressure on the Guyue clan, and also to answer to his father when he returned to the Jia clan. Reporting to clan leader, Fongyuan has arrived. Soon, the Academy Elder brought Fongyuan to the hall. Guyue Fongyuan greets clan leader, Lord Jiafu, and all the elders. Fongyuan's face was indifferent, and he bowed. Is it him? Jiafu sized up Fongyuan coldly and asked a female Gu master beside him. This female Gu master was the one Fongyuan had bought purple gold from when he entered the gambling den. It's him. There's no mistake. The female Gu master looked at Fongyuan with a burning gaze and said with certainty. Jiafu nodded, and in that instant, his gaze was like 2 blades, cutting at Fongyuan. But he did not interrogate him directly. This was the Guyue village, and he had to give face to the Guyue clan leader. So he looked at the Guyue clan leader who was sitting down. The Guyue clan leader's face was solemn. He knew that Jiafu purposely spoke loudly to the female Gu master, not only to confirm Fongyuan's identity, but also to put pressure on him. The underlying meaning was to warn the Guyue clan leader, look, I have evidence in my hands, and I have a certain level of confidence, so you better not protect your own clansmen. This made the Guyue clan leader a little unhappy, and he thought, you, Jiafu, lost your younger brother, and that was your mistake. Now you come to our Guyue clan to interrogate us aggressively. Do you think our Guyue clan is easy to bully? Our Guyue clan knows right from wrong and is reasonable, but don't mistake this for weakness. Thinking of this, he did not interrogate Fang Yuan directly, but said to the female Gu master sternly, "Look carefully. I'm not afraid to tell you. This Fang Yuan has a twin brother who looks like him. Are you sure it's him?" The female Gu master was only a rank 1 Gu master, and under Gu Ebo's imposing manner, she immediately showed a hesitant and nervous expression. Jia Fu frowned and took a step forward, blocking Gu Ebo's vision for her. He cupped his fists. "Brother Gu Yue, I have always respected the Gu Yue clan, especially the first and fourth generation clan leaders of the Gu Yue clan. These two sages are rank 5 experts. One started from scratch and overcame all obstacles, establishing the Gu Yue village's 100 years of foundation. The other is a benevolent hero who sacrificed himself to protect his homeland, worthy of respect. Brother Gu Yue, as the clan leader, I trust that you will govern impartially. Brother Gu Yue, please interrogate this Fang Yuan." Seeing his tone soften, Gu Yuebo nodded. Actually, he had already made up his mind. If this was Fang Yuan's doing, then he would hand him over. Anyway, he was just a C grade. There was no pain in handing him over. As long as he could resolve this conflict, it would be fine. If it was Fang Jing, then it had to be this Fang Yuan. Fang Jing was an A-grade genius, the only one in the last 3 years. The clan's higher-ups were still hoping to nurture him, to fight against that by clans by Ningbing. "Fang Yuan, don't be nervous." Clan leader Gu Yue showed a benevolent smile, using a gentle tone to speak to Fang Yuan. "Let me ask you, do you have any news on that Jiajin Sheng?" "Who is Jiajin Sheng?" Fang Yuan raised his eyelids, his voice calm. "He's lying." Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when the casino female Gu master screamed. Everyone in the assembly hall could not help but frown when they heard this shrill cry and looked at her in unison. The female Gu master pointed at Fang Yuan, her expression agitated. "It's him. It's him. He gambled on rocks in our casino, bought 6 purple gold rocks, and got a mud skin toad from the 5th rock. Young Master Jia saw it and used 500 yuan stone to buy it from him. This incident left a deep impression on me. I won't forget it even after a year or 2. And it's not just me. All the other Gu masters in the casino saw it." "Is that so?" The smile on clan leader Gu Ebo's face disappeared. His expression was stern as he dragged his tone towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, his face showing a trace of nervousness, but he acted like he understood. "So it's him. All right, if he is Jiajin Sheng, then I do know him. But ever since that time in the casino, I haven't seen him again." "He's lying again." This time it was not the female Gu master, but a male Gu master, who shouted. Fang Yuan looked at him, as if he had just recognized him, his face showing a trace of surprise, but he tried to hide it. His change in expression was reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone started to ponder. "Lords, I am working at the wine shop." The male Gu master cupped his fists and bowed to everyone, then suddenly pointed at Fang Yuan. "That night in the wine shop, I clearly saw him and young Master Jiajian Sheng sitting together, the two of them having a secret conversation for a long time." Once he said this, the hall started to have small discussions. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze as cold as ice, and clan leader Gu Yuebo's body leaned backwards, slowly leaning on the wide chair. "How can this be?" Fang Yuan's face showed an obvious nervous expression, and he hurriedly said, "There were so many people in the wine shop. How could you only recognize me? You might have recognized the wrong person." "Haha, I definitely wouldn't recognize the wrong person." The male Gu master raised his head and laughed, his gaze shining as he stared at Fang Yuan. At this moment, he felt extremely imposing. "Let's not talk about young Master Jiajin Sheng coming to our wine shop. We have to take care of him at all times. Even if it wasn't young Master Jiajin Sheng, I would still recognize you, because the impression you gave me is too deep." As he said this, he raised his eyebrows, his expression full of pride. "Do you still remember that you came to our wine shop that morning? You asked for a cup of monkey wine, but only drank a mouthful. Then you released the liquor worm and fed it the rest of the monkey wine. When I saw the liquor worm, I was very excited and wanted to buy it from you, but you didn't want to sell and left." "Good, that's what I wanted to hear." Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but his face showed a shocked expression, and he could not help but take a step back. "Liquor worm. The academy elder standing behind Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, but he quickly frowned again and could not help but ask, Fang Yuan, where did you get this liquor worm? Fang Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, not replying. The surrounding clan elders were instantly enraged, shouting in a low voice, Fang Yuan, do you know you've gotten into big trouble? Speak, what is going on? Tell me everything you know. This liquor worm, is it Jia Jinsheng's? How could it be his? This liquor worm was obviously opened by me. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his head, his expression agitated, as if he could not stand such injustice, and shouted loudly with indignation. Chapter 58. Opened it? Gu Yuebo frowned deeply. That's right, I won't hide it anymore. Fang Yuan seemed to be going all out, his tone hurried. I bought 6 purple gold rocks at the gambling den, but because I didn't have enough primeval essence, I only opened 5 on the spot. The remaining one, I brought it to the dormitory, and after opening it, I found out it was a liquor worm. I was overjoyed, because I had checked before and knew that the liquor worm is a rare goo worm that can make up for my lack of talent. So I immediately refined it. Wait, you said you gambled and bought 6. One of them got a mudskin toad, and the other one got a liquor worm? One of the elders couldn't help but ask in an incredulous tone. So what? Fang Yuan asked in a matter-of-fact tone, then pointed at the female goo master, saying loudly, she can testify for me. Everyone was stunned and looked at the female goo master. The female goo master felt the pressure from the gaze and did not dare to lie, so she told the truth. It was indeed so. Fang Yuan bought 6, and the 5th one got a mudskin toad. He also took the 6th one away, but I don't know what it got. He bought 6 purple gold rocks and consecutively got 2 goo worms. Isn't his luck too good? Many of the elders muttered. What's so hard to understand? It's luck. No one can say for sure. Heh, back then when I gambled. Wait, goo worms are hard to refine. Why does it sound like Fang Yuan refined it so quickly? An elder asked curiously. You're old and confused. Don't you know that once a goo worm is opened, it's extremely weak, on the verge of death? It's even possible for him to refine a goo of a higher rank. What's so strange about him refining the liquor worm? Someone beside him immediately answered. Fang Yuan continued, I refined the liquor worm and went to the shop the next day. Indeed, I went to a wine shop in the afternoon and bought a cup of monkey wine. At night, I went again and happened to see a fraud dispute. Jia Jinsheng passed off the smelly fart fatworm as a black boar goo and sold it to a goo master from my clan. Later on, Lord Jiafu appeared and resolved this dispute. I went to the wine shop again, but I didn't expect to run into Jia Jinsheng there drinking to drown his sorrows. I had just obtained the liquor worm and was overjoyed. I wanted to ask how much yuan stone this liquor worm could sell for. Who would have thought that when Jia Jinsheng found out that I had the liquor worm, he wanted to force me to buy it? Of course I didn't want to. I didn't want to sell the liquor worm. I just wanted to clarify the value of the liquor worm. Even if I wanted to sell it, I would have to wait until I had completed my second job transition, so I left on the spot. Fang Yuan's words revealed the conflict between Jiafu and Jia Jinsheng. This caused the elders to look at Jiafu with a meaningful gaze. Under the pressure of these gazes, Jiafu coughed. His eyes flickered as he asked Fang Yuan, Did my younger brother, Jia Jinsheng, chase after you? Fang Yuan nodded and said half-truthfully, Not only did he chase after us, he also added 50 yuan stone, but I didn't want to sell it at all. He was furious and said that Guyue's clan was nothing, and that I should be more careful in the future. After saying those harsh words, he left. I haven't seen him since. Jiafu nodded. With his understanding of Jia Jinsheng's character, he would definitely chase after him. Saying harsh words was also Jia Jinsheng's style. If Fang Yuan said that Jia Jinsheng didn't chase after him, he would have guessed that it was a lie. But since Fang Yuan said so, Jiafu was put in a difficult position. The results of his investigation stopped here. Did Jia Jinsheng really not look for Fang Yuan again? Maybe Jia Jinsheng found Fang Yuan again, but both sides couldn't come to an agreement. In the end, he was killed by Fang Yuan. This was entirely possible. Speak. Did you kill Jia Jinsheng? Thinking of this, Jia Fu interrogated with a stern expression, attempting to pressure Fang Yuan with his imposing manner. Fang Yuan denied flatly, insisting that he never saw Jia Jinsheng again. Jia Fu didn't have any other evidence. One side interrogated, the other side denied. At this point, the matter reached a stalemate. As Guyue Bo listened, his face became unhappy. This Jia Jinsheng actually dared to threaten the Guyue clan in Qingmao Mountain. This was obviously not putting the Guyu clan in their eyes. Now, Jia Fu interrogated the Guyue clan in front of the Guyue clan's higher-ups. If there was concrete evidence, it would be fine. But now, there was obviously no crucial evidence. If this matter were to spread, where would he hide his face? Brother Jia, it's not that I'm being nosy. The clan leader interrupted Jia Fu's interrogation. Jia Jinsheng has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he's already dead. The murderer caused this massacre, so there will definitely be some clues. I wonder if you found anything else, brother? Jia Fu glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and sighed. How would I not know what you're saying? If there were any clues, I wouldn't have come here to confront you, old brother. The murderer is obviously a repeat offender. His methods are ruthless and meticulous. To tell you the truth, all the clues are broken. On the day we left, it was raining heavily. Even if there was any bloody smell, it would have been washed away. Guyue Bo smiled. Brother Jia, I heard that the Jia clan has a tracking goo, the hellpath butterfly. It can emit a soul fragrance and plant it on the goo worm. This fragrance is colorless and odorless. The goo worms of the Jia clan all have a trace of the soul fragrance on them. As long as you use the hellpath butterfly and follow the soul fragrance, you will be able to find the goo worm and your clan members. Jia Fu's face darkened. I've already used the hellpath butterfly, but it didn't work. I'm sure Brother Guyue has heard that once the goo worm dies, the soul fragrance will dissipate. Obviously, the murderer has already killed all the goo worms on my brother's body. Guyue Bo suddenly changed the topic. That's strange. The murderer harmed your brother. Firstly, he didn't want his goo worms. Secondly, he didn't hand over the ransom money to extort you on stone. Then why did the murderer kill a mere rank 1 goo master? That's right. What was the motive? Regardless of whether Jia Jinsheng was dead or not, the murderer had to have a motive. If it wasn't for the goo worm or yuan stone, could it be a crime of passion? But if it was a crime of passion, there had to be a process of accumulation. He, Jia Fu, shouldn't have come here. The people in the caravan and Jia Jinsheng were the more suspicious ones. For a moment, the discussion hall fell into silence. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly said to Jia Fu, maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by you. I heard that the Jia clan wanted to split the family assets. With a dead brother, wouldn't you get more assets? Shut up. There's no proof. Don't casually accuse Sir Jia Fu. Immediately, an elder shouted in a low voice. Fang Yuan immediately shut his mouth. His gaze flashed. Actually, he had already achieved his goal. What he had just said was like a pebble thrown into the lake of the clan elder's thoughts, creating circles of ripples. The elders followed the ripples and started to think. Jia Fu couldn't have killed Jia Jinsheng. To him, the loss is greater than the gain. Wait, even if he didn't do it, it doesn't mean others won't do it. Jia clan's internal strife. One of the elders had a flash of inspiration and said softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear in the silent hall. At once, many of the elders' gazes lit up. They finally thought of this. Fang Yuan curled his lips. His eyelids drooped, concealing the cold glint in his eyes. The Jia clan leader wanted to split the family assets and pass down the clan leader position. Thus, his sons and daughters started an intense competition. Especially Jia Fu and Jia Gue, they were both rank 4 goo masters and had a group of supporters around them. All these years, the Jia clan's information was known to many clans. Jia Jinsheng's death was too fishy. At the moment, there was no direct evidence to prove that Fang Yuan was the murderer. Just killing for the liquor worm was not enough. At the same time, the murderer's methods would not be so secretive. But if Jia Gue did it secretly, then it could be explained. Almost everyone present was a high-ranking person, and those who held a high position definitely had something special about them. At least they had a keen sense and insight towards political conspiracies. The Jia clan's internal strife, these 3 words, gave everyone a pair of imaginative wings. The Jia clan leader arranged for Jia Jinsheng to join the caravan. One of the reasons was to test Jia Fu's character, whether he was benevolent and kind, only suppressing but not bullying his brothers. If Jia Jinsheng got into trouble, Jia Fu would also be implicated. Who was the real beneficiary? It was obviously Jia Fu's biggest competitor, Jia Gue. Adding on the fact that the murderer was so experienced that all the clues were cut off, it showed how experienced the murderer was. How could it be Fang Yuan, a 15-year-old youth, who did this? Therefore, all the answers were on the verge of being revealed. The meeting hall was still shrouded in silence, but the elders present exchanged meaningful glances. To make someone believe in a possibility from the bottom of their heart, it's not through persuasion, but guidance. Fang Yuan sharply noticed these glances. He sneered in his heart, but his face still showed a stubborn expression of unwillingness to endure the injustice. Jia Fu's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The moment the words Jia clan's internal strife came out, he immediately thought of Jia Gue. At that moment, his entire soul began to tremble. Who else was more likely to make a move than Jia Gue? None. I understand now. Everything is clear. The academy elder stood behind Fang Yuan and looked at Fang Yuan. His eyes flashed. Fang Yuan is both lucky and unlucky to meet Jia Jinsheng at the last moment. Based on the fact that he had just started school, how could he have destroyed all the clues? If he had such a deep and meticulous mind, how could he have behaved so stubbornly? He denied it just now because he wanted to hide the existence of the liquor worm. In an instant, everyone's suspicions towards Fang Yuan were gone. Getting rid of the suspicion is only the second step. What comes next is the crucial moment. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind. The development of the situation was within his expectations. He sighed in his heart and looked at Jia Fu. Jia Fu also looked at him. The unfriendliness in his eyes was becoming more and more obvious. Chapter 59. Jia Fu was in a dilemma. He had already eliminated Fang Yuan as a suspect and was almost certain that Jia Gue was the mastermind. But what can I do even if I know the truth? Jia Fu's heart was filled with grief and indignation. I don't have any evidence. If I were to testify against Jia Gue in front of my father would probably think that I'm trying to frame him. Jia Fu was very astute. He looked at Fang Yuan with a sharp glint in his eyes. Jia Jinsheng had followed him everywhere. Now that Jia Jinsheng was missing, Jia Fu would naturally be held responsible for not taking good care of him. Since he couldn't testify against Jia Gue, he had to give his father an explanation. And this explanation was right in front of him. That's right. If I use this Fang Yuan as a scapegoat, I can barely explain myself. As long as I get past this hurdle, I might be able to get back twice the amount. Jia Fu's heart was filled with evil thoughts. He suddenly raised his voice and interrogated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, how can you prove that you didn't harm Jia Jinsheng? The elders couldn't help but be stunned. This matter was obviously an internal strife within the Jia family. Why are you still holding on to my clansman? Only family head Guyue's face darkened and his gaze turned sharp as he stared at Jia Fu. Fang Yuan, do you have any witnesses to prove that you weren't there and didn't have time to harm Jia Jinsheng? If you don't have any, then you're the murderer. Jia Fu pointed at Fang Yuan and glared at him. This Jia Fu is trying to push my clan's Fang Yuan out as a scapegoat. This is preposterous. At this moment, all the elders came to their senses, and their expressions became unfriendly. They had been scheming against each other for a long time. With just a little thought, they understood Jia Fu's position and intentions. Witnesses? Of course I do. I've already arranged it. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he showed an expression of being unable to explain himself, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. You don't need to say anything else. Just tell me if you have any witnesses or not. Jia Fu raised his voice again and suppressed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan put on an indignant expression and finally squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. No. Haha. Then you are. Jia Fu was about to announce the verdict loudly. Wait. The academy elder took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan, his face solemn. Of course he has a witness. I am his witness. You? Jia Fu was surprised. That's right, it's me. The academy elder's tone was a little weak in front of the rank 4 Jia Fu. However, when he saw clan leader Guyue Bo's encouraging gaze, he felt more confident and raised his head. These days, Fang Yuan has unexpectedly advanced to the intermediate level. I've sent people to investigate in secret. His daily whereabouts are all recorded. There is no time for him to harm Jia Jinsheng. Yes, that's right. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the academy elder, and no one could see the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Jia Fu's face was ashen. He didn't expect the academy elder to suddenly stand out and protect Fang Yuan. More importantly, the Guyue clan leader did not object to it. This meant that the Guyue clan wanted to protect this Fang Yuan. I understand now. I wholeheartedly wanted to make Fang Yuan a scapegoat, but I did it from my own point of view and did not consider their feelings. That's right. If Fang Yuan were to be the scapegoat, the Guyue clan would have to bear the infamy of harming the Jia clan. They would have to face the Jia clan's revenge in the future, and their reputation would be tarnished. In the future, the merchant caravans wouldn't dare to come and trade. That would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Jia Fu wanted to slap his own head in frustration. This was what the Guyue clan's higher-ups were thinking. Fang Yuan was only a C grade. If he really harmed Jia Jinsheng, handing him over was not a big deal. But the point was, now that his suspicions had been cleared, if they still handed him over, wouldn't the Guyue clan suffer a huge, unnecessary loss? Knowing that this conflict was irreconcilable, Jia Fu gritted his teeth and decided to persist to the end. He said, if that's the case, why don't I use the footprint goo? Once this goo is used, it will show the footprints of the last 30,000 steps. The academy elder immediately snorted in displeasure. Jia Fu's words showed that he didn't believe him, but he had no reason to stop him, so he moved to the side. Come and test it. Fang Yuan looked at Jia Fu and laughed coldly, walking in front of him with his head held high. He was full of confidence, because he had already predicted this factor. Thus, he had been hiding in the village these few days, not even stepping into the rock crevice or the secret cave. Under the watchful eyes of the Guyue clan's higher-ups, Jia Fu did not play any tricks. The footprint goo's shape was very special, like a human foot. Its material was like a translucent frozen milk, giving off a smooth and tender feeling. The surface even had a layer of yellowish-green fluorescence. The size was not big, only the size of a palm. Jia Fu held it in his hand, his primeval essence gushing out and pouring into the footprint goo. The footprint goo became brighter and brighter, and suddenly, with a bang, it exploded into a large amount of yellowish-green fluorescent powder. With a whoosh, Yingfan enveloped Fang Yuan and spun around him, once before flying out of the discussion hall's door. As the fluorescent powder flew, a series of footprints appeared on the ground. These footprints were all emitting a yellowish-green fluorescent light, and were exactly the same size as Fang Yuan's 2 feet. These were the footprints he had just entered the hall. The footprints extended from the clan leader's pavilion to the academy dormitory, and then circled around the academy. Other than that, it reached the village's inn. The yellowish-green fluorescent powder flew less and less, finally disappearing at the 30,000th footprint. When the results came out, everyone checked and found out that Fang Yuan was innocent. There was no doubt about it. Jia Fu sighed deeply and took out a small jade box from his pocket. He opened the jade box, and there was only a jade piece in it. The jade piece was a translucent emerald green color, and a goo worm was sealed inside. It was a stick insect. Its body was slender, and it was the color of jade. Its entire body was like a round bamboo tube. A stick worm's body was usually longer than a palm, but this one was not, and was only the length of a fingernail. On its surface, there was a faint white light. Green jade body, white light covering the body. This is the bamboo gentleman. Immediately, an elder recognized this goo worm and exclaimed. Even clan leader Guyue Bo was moved and could not help but advise, Brother Jia, this bamboo gentleman is a rank 4 goo worm. It is not easy to refine. Why waste it here? Jia Fu shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan. This bamboo gentleman was obtained by chance when I was young, when I cut open a rock. The rock was only cut halfway and did not continue. As everyone knows, this goo worm feeds on sincerity and is born with the ability to detect lies. Only a gentleman who has never lied since he was young can refine and feed this goo. Fang Yuan, you only need to cut open the rock and put the weak bamboo gentleman into your aperture. Whatever I ask you, you'll answer. Then take out the goo and let us see if it changes color. If it changes color, it means you are lying. No problem. Fang Yuan did not hesitate and immediately cut open the jade piece and did as Jia Fu said. Once the bamboo gentleman appeared in the aperture, it immediately let out a faint green light, illuminating the entire primeval sea. Fang Yuan immediately felt that if he told a lie, the bamboo gentleman would be able to sense it, and its body would change from green to other colors. However, the reason why he agreed to it was because he had the confidence. Spring-autumn cicada. With a thought, the sleeping spring-autumn cicada woke up and let out a trace of aura. This aura was extremely grand and immediately suppressed the bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman let out a green light and immediately shrunk back into its body. Its entire body curled up, trembling in fear. How could it have the energy to detect lies? Jia Fu started to ask, and his first sentence was straight to the point. Fang Yuan, did you harm my brother Jia Jinshang? No. Fang Yuan answered resolutely. Jia Fu asked again, do you know anything else about him? Fang Yuan shook his head. I don't. Jia Fu asked again. Was there any falsehood in what you said to us earlier? Fang Yuan shook his head again. No. All right, you can take out the bamboo gentleman now. After 3 questions, Jia Fu said. Fang Yuan took out the bamboo gentleman, and everyone looked over, only to see that the bamboo gentleman's surface was still dark green, without any change. The clan elders let out a sigh of relief. Jia Fu's expression also calmed down. He kept the bamboo gentleman and cupped his fists towards Guyue Bo. I have offended you this time, brother Guyue. No matter, to let the truth be known is what we want to see. Guyue Bo waved his hand and then sighed. But it is a pity for this bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman had the ability to detect lies and was a rank 4 goo master, so it was very valuable. But feeding and refining it was not easy. It could only be refined by a sincere gentleman. As long as other goo masters told a lie, refining the bamboo gentleman would definitely fail, and the bamboo gentleman would die on the spot. Its food was sincerity. As for living in the aperture of a sincere gentleman, it could only survive by eating the gentleman's sincerity. Now that the bamboo gentleman was released, it was extremely weak, but it had no food to recover its energy. After Fang Yuan used it just now, death was already a foregone conclusion. Jia Fu shook his head, looking at the dying bamboo gentleman in his hands, as if it was not a pity. He said in a deep voice, I have already tried my best to investigate this matter, but it was beyond my abilities. When I return to the clan, I will hire God of Arrest Tai Shuelong with a large sum of money, and I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Goodbye. Finishing, he cupped his fists towards Guyue Bo and turned to leave. Neat and tidy, but it also had some elegance. Looking at the backs of Jia Fu and the rest leaving, Guyue Bo let out a long sigh of relief. You guys can leave too. He waved his hand towards the clan elders, and as if thinking of something, said, Academy Elder, stay. Without losing a single hair, Fang Yuan walked out of the clan leader pavilion unscathed. Chapter 60. Tribe Leader. What matter do you have with me? The Academy Elder stood respectfully at the side. Nothing much, sit. I have a story to tell you. Guyue Bo squinted his eyes, speaking leisurely. I am all ears. The Academy Elder chose the seat closest to the tribe leader and sat down. Tribe leader Guyue Bo then told him Ranzu's story. Speaking of which, ever since Ranzu said the correct names, he subdued the rules and regulations goo. His first order was for them to capture a lifespan goo for him. Rules and regulations goo were a square and a circle goo. When they worked together, they could capture tens of thousands of goo in the world. A lifespan goo was not a problem. Ranzu used the lifespan goo and immediately regained his youth, returning to his 20 years old age. But at this moment, the rules goo said to him, O human, although you subdued us, Every time you order us, you have to add a rule. Rules Goo added, we captured lifespan Goo for you. This is our first order. Our new rule is, we will not capture Goo worms for you again. That is to say, if Renzu wanted to capture lifespan Goo in the future, the rules Goo would not help. Renzu nodded. He could only agree. He opened his mouth and gave his second order. Then, other than lifespan Goo, please capture all the Goo in the world for me. Rules and regulations Goo received this order, and immediately, Rules Goo turned into an infinitely large circle, including space and time. Rules Goo turned into an infinitely large square, covering the entire world. A square and a circle formed a huge net that enveloped the entire world. When they shrunk and returned to Renzu's palm, all the Goo in the world, other than lifespan Goo, were captured by them. Renzu was overjoyed. This way, all the Goo in the world belonged to him. From now on, he was the master of the world. But when he opened the net, with a swoosh, a huge stream of Goo flowed out. The Goo worms that rules and regulations Goo had painstakingly captured all flew away. When Renzu hurriedly closed the net, there were only 5 Goo worms left. Why is this? Renzu was shocked. Rules and regulations Goo answered him. Oh human, there are thousands of Goo worms in the world. They come in all shapes and sizes. You have neither strength nor intelligence. How can you subdue them? We can only capture Goo worms for you. You have to subdue them yourself to make them work for you. Then they said, this is your second order. We will also add a second rule. From now on, we can only catch 1 Goo for you at a time. Renzu could only nod. He carefully lifted the net, only revealing a small gap. Of the remaining 5 Goo worms, there was strength Goo and wisdom Goo. Seeing this, Renzu was very happy. He said to the strength Goo, oh strength Goo, do you regret leaving me back then? If you submit to me now, I can give you back your freedom. Strength Goo said, oh human, you are wrong. The reason I didn't fly away wasn't because I didn't have the chance, but because I wanted to stay. It's impossible for you to subdue me. I'll only submit to existences stronger than me, but you can't. However, we can make another deal. Give me your young man, and I will listen to your orders for the time being. Renzu heard this and was slightly reluctant. He had just obtained his youth. Was he going to lose it now? But he thirsted for strength. He knew that with strength, he would become stronger, and life would become easier. Moreover, with strength, he could subdue even more Goo worms. Thus, Renzu agreed to the strength Goo and made a second deal with it. Renzu became middle-aged in an instant. The strength Goo flew out of the net of rules and landed on Renzu's shoulder. With strength, Renzu's confidence was boosted. He said to the wisdom Goo, oh wisdom Goo, do you regret leaving me back then? If you submit to me now, I can give you back your freedom. Wisdom Goo said, oh human, you are wrong. I didn't fly away not because I didn't have the chance, but because I wanted to stay. It's impossible for you to subdue me. I only submit to existences with greater wisdom than me, but you can't. However, we can make another deal. Give me your middle-aged man, and I will listen to your orders for the time being. Renzu heard this and did not want to make another deal. He treasured his life more than before, and he knew that once he sold his middle-aged man, he would only be left with old age. Not long later, the strength Goo and wisdom Goo would leave him, just like last time. Renzu did not want to make a deal, but he did not want to give up the wisdom Goo either. Wisdom Goo was anxious and could only take a step back. All right, human, you win. I lost to you this time. As long as you tell me how you captured me, I will admit defeat and not take anything from you. From now on, you can use me. Renzu heard this and was overjoyed. Before the rules Goo could stop him, he blurted out, I used the rules Goo to capture you. Wisdom Goo laughed heartily. I've remembered. So these 2 Goo are called rules and regulations. Haha, now that I know your names, you can't capture me anymore. Saying so, it turned into a ray of light and flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Rules and regulations Goo grumbled. Oh human, we have told you long ago. You better keep our names to yourself. Don't let other existences know. Otherwise, we will be used by other existences. Great. The wisdom Goo already knows our names. This is troublesome. Renzu realized that he had been tricked by the wisdom Goo and was extremely regretful. He knew that he had lost the only chance to capture wisdom using rules. At this point, Guyuebo's story came to an end. He looked at the Academy Elder, his gaze containing deep meaning. The Academy Elder could not help but stand up from his seat. He had heard of Renzu's Gu Master long ago, but now that Guyuebo was talking about it, it naturally had deeper meaning. His gaze flashed, and he understood something in his heart, and immediately bowed towards Guyuebo, saying respectfully, "Lord Clan Leader, this story of yours, is it a metaphor? You compared Feng Yuan to the Wisdom Gu, and the clan to Renzu. Although Renzu used rules to capture the Wisdom Gu and trapped it in a net, it still escaped in the end." At this point, the Academy Elder paused, thinking for a while, and looked at Guyuebo. "Could it be that, Lord Clan Leader, you want me to let Feng Yuan go, and not suppress him anymore? But he is getting more and more overboard." Guyuebo stopped the Academy Elder's words, and gestured for him to sit down and speak. The Academy Elder sat down again, and heard Guyuebo sigh. "Oh, you are still so perceptive, a smart person, able to understand with just a hint. But your breadth of mind is still too small, and you only care about your own little territory. Let me tell you now, the Academy is small, the clan is big. I know what you are worried about. You are afraid that the other students will be suppressed by Feng Yuan, and eventually lose their morale. Hee hee." Guyuebo shook his head, and pointed at the Academy Elder. "You worry too much. What do you think the clan is for? To rely on your academy to nurture new people? No. Behind every student, there is still their parents, their elders, their good friends. As long as these people are supporting us, encouraging us, and looking forward to us, our Guyu clan's younger generation will have confidence and motivation. Feng Yuan has indeed exceeded my expectations time and time again, and has a hint of a sudden appearance. I have been paying attention to Fangjing in secret, and I have long known about Feng Yuan's extortion and robbery. Let him continue robbing, and use him to train Fangjing, Mabe, and Qicheng, these unpolished gems. This is very good. At least this batch of students has the most solid fist and leg skills I have seen." The Academy Elder's face showed worry. "But Lord Clan Leader, too many setbacks is not good. It will grind the unpolished gems into pieces. Especially now that Feng Yuan has the liquor worm. This worm is of great help to a rank 1 Gu Master. I am worried that during this job transition period, under Feng Yuan's pressure, the other students will not be able to turn things around." "Then let them not be able to turn things around." Guyuebo snorted coldly, showing a trace of the magnanimity and coldness of a leader. "What is this little setback? Is it scarier than death? With the support of the elders in the clan, if they still can't hold on, it means they are not unpolished gems, and have no value in nurturing them. The clan has new students entering the academy every year, and if this batch doesn't succeed, there is always the next batch. As for Gu Fangjing, from tomorrow night onwards, I will personally guide him in secret." To have the clan leader's personal guidance, that is Gu Fangjing's luck. The Academy Elder sucked up at the right time. Guyuebo's expression softened a little, and he looked at the Academy Elder, reminding him, "Do you know why you are still an Academy Elder even though you have been an Academy Elder for tens of years? Be more magnanimous. I know that Feng Yuan has offended your authority and made you lose face, but why do you have to be so calculative with a junior? I also know that this Feng Yuan has some intelligence at an early age, but he is still a young man, young and impulsive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have injured the guards and made things difficult for you in front of everyone. He has been suppressing his anger, and that is understandable. Falling from a genius to a mere mortal, it is normal for him to be hostile towards the clan. He is actually still very childish. Just look at how he tried to hide the liquor worm. How could the liquor worm be hidden? He is not mature, and still has naive thoughts. Don't think of him as a scary person. By comparing him to the Wisdom Gu, I have overestimated him. At most, he is a little clever, but he doesn't have any great wisdom. If he had hidden his mid-level cultivation without batting an eyelid, or accepted the position of class monitor indifferently, then he would really be scheming." "Clan leader, what do you mean?" The Academy Elder raised his eyebrows. "What I mean is, if Feng Yuan is unhappy with the clan, then let him vent his frustrations. If an ant spits at an elephant, will the elephant care? Emotions should be released and not blocked. After he has vented, he will naturally integrate into the clan. Our Guyue clan, since the first generation, has been around for almost 1,000 years. There are many people who are unhappy with the clan, but in the end, did they overturn the clan? The clan does not only have rules, there is also blood ties. Renzu wanted to use rules to catch wisdom, but not only did he fail, the rules were also known by wisdom. The meaning behind this is profound. Rules are dead, people are alive, and ties are deep. If you blindly use rules to catch people, it will instead increase hatred and cause Fang Yuan to be further away from the clan. Fang Yuan is only a C grade. If he is lucky, he will only be a low-level clan elder in a few decades. But he is still Guyue Fangjing's twin brother. Do you understand? I understand. Hearing Guyue Bo's last sentence, the academy elders suddenly understood. If the clan only has rules, then it is a pile of stiff, dead objects. But if it increases the blood ties, then it is alive. Guyue Bo nodded slowly. There is one more thing I want to give you. I hope you will remember it. Clan leader, please enlighten me. Guyue Bo's gaze was distant, looking at the moonlight outside the window. The sea can hold all rivers, and the sea is big. Remember it, then leave. Yes, clan leader, I will leave now. The academy elder retreated. Chapter 61. Tonight's moon was especially round. The moonlight was like a gauze, shining on Qingmao Mountain. Every time the treasure brass toad leapt, it would cover a distance of 100 meters. Because it was leaping forward, the steep and narrow mountain path could not restrict or obstruct it. Jiafu and the rest sat on the treasure brass toad, leaving the Guyue village and rushing back to the caravan. The wind whistled in their ears, and their vision shook along with the treasure brass toad's leaps. The moonlight shone on everyone's faces, and everyone was silent. Jiafu's expression was as cold as ice. After a while, one of Jiafu's confidants couldn't help but ask, Master, what should we do? Jia Jinsheng is dead. How will Master explain this to Master when he returns? Should we find a scapegoat first? Jiafu shook his head, but ignored him. Do you know the story of Renzu? The aide was stunned, not expecting Jiafu to reply like this. He did not know how to reply at this moment. Jiafu continued. Renzu had the rules and rules gu, and captured all the gu in the world. He gained strength, but lost wisdom. Right now, there were 3 gu left in his net. He opened it and saw that these 3 gu were attitude gu, belief gu, and suspicion gu. Renzu was not willing to let them go, so these 3 gu could only make a bet with Renzu. As long as Renzu opened the net, they would split into 3 directions and escape. Whoever was caught by Renzu would be subdued. Tell me, what did Renzu catch in the end? The aide seemed to understand and replied, It was the attitude gu. Do you know why? Jiafu asked again. The aide shook his head. Jiafu chuckled. That's because your attitude says it all. Whether father believes or suspects, I have already expressed my attitude. When Jia Jinsheng went missing, I immediately started investigating in the caravan, and once I found any clues, I rushed back to the Guyue village without stopping. In the village, I risked being attacked by the Guyue tribe to confront them. I did not even sit down, and to verify Fang Yuan's words, I even used the rank 4 bamboo gentleman. After returning to the clan, I will hire the god of arrest and invite Tai Shuelong to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether Jia Jinsheng is dead or alive, as his brother, I have already done what I should do. My attitude has already been made clear. I've already thought it through. I don't need a scapegoat. I'll just go back honestly because I really didn't do it. If he found a scapegoat, he might fall into Jiagui's trap. If I can find someone to take the blame, he can naturally find someone to reverse the verdict. The confidant was secretly surprised. Master, do you really suspect young Master Jiagui? Who else could have done so well if not him? Speaking up to this point, Jiafu's face twisted, and his eyes were about to spit out flames of anger. Previously, I didn't do that to him because of our brotherhood. I didn't expect him to be so treacherous. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. What he didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes watching him from afar. Fang Yuan stood on the hillside and watched quietly. The moon tonight was beautiful and bright. The golden full moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the mountains and earth. Nearby, the green mountains were lush and the grass was lush. The entire mountain was filled with pine, cypress, and fir trees, as well as the Qingmao Mountain's unique Qingmao bamboo. Large patches of dark green water poured down from the top of the mountain and flowed to the foot of the mountain. The mountains in the distance were continuous, blurring into a dark shadow under the moonlight. The winding mountain road meandered down like a sheep's intestines. Sometimes it was blocked by the forest, but it continued to stretch out. Jia Fu and the others rode on the treasure brass toad and advanced along the mountain path. After continuously leaping, his figure was finally covered by the forest. Although the mountainous terrain did not restrict the treasure brass toad's speed, it was still able to reach the treasure brass toad. But Jia Fu did not dare to recklessly pass through Qingmao Mountain. If he barged into the beast nest, even with his rank 4 cultivation, he would still be in a difficult situation. Therefore, following the mountain path was the most appropriate choice. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had been watching the caravan leave with an umbrella on this hillside. Now, he was standing here again, watching Jia Fu leave. The trouble of killing Jia Jinsheng has finally been solved. His eyes were deep, and his heart was calm and tranquil. Ever since he killed Jia Jinsheng that night, he had been thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. He was very clear that he had no foundation. If the truth was revealed, Guyue's tribe would definitely sacrifice him. But if he kept hiding it, the paper would not cover the fire. A brilliant lie was a mixture of truth and falsehood. There was truth in the falsehood and falsehood in the truth. He had to divert the trouble. This situation was like a chessboard with 2 opposing sides. On one side was Jia Fu's caravan, and on the other side was Guyue's tribe's village. In this game, whether it was Guyue Bo, the Academy Elder, or Jia Fu, they were all chess pieces. Even he, Fang Yuan, was one of the chess pieces. To protect this chess piece that represented himself, he could only make use of the opposing sides and find an opportunity in the gap. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had started to plan. He first used the 2 guards to put on a good show on the stage set up by the Academy Elder. He then hid the existence of the liquor worm to arouse the tribe's curiosity and attract the attention of the higher-ups. At the same time, he asked the Academy Elder to investigate in secret. Next, he robbed his classmate to show his impulsiveness, unruliness, and dissatisfaction with the tribe, showing weakness to the higher-ups of Guyue. Then, he calculated the days and waited for Jia Fu. During the confrontation, he showed his childishness and panic, which invisibly led everyone's thoughts. He let them discover the truth themselves. Finally, he made use of the conflict of interest between Guyue's tribe and Jia Fu to make the Academy Elder, who had been investigating him, testify for him. The bamboo gentleman was a small accident, but he was still a rank 4. Under the suppression of the spring-autumn cicada, the bamboo gentleman ironically became the best proof for Fang Yuan. In the end, not only did Fang Yuan explain the origin of the liquor worm perfectly, he also pushed the blame to the innocent Jia Gue, while he escaped unscathed. The Academy Elder was left behind. It seems that Guyue Bo wants to interfere with the Academy's affairs and cancel the suppression on me. With his style, he does have the magnanimity to do so. But his true goal isn't me. His main motive should be Guyu Fangjing. One of the reasons why I made a big fuss was to cause a commotion and attract the attention of the higher-ups. Even if Guyue Bo does not show up, Guyue Emochin and Guyue Yin will make a move to protect their reputation. As for Jia Fu, he should have already determined that Jia Gue is the culprit. The fire of revenge is already burning in his chest. Hee, I am really looking forward to it. After my interference, the fight between these 2 brothers will immediately escalate. I wonder if the Gu fighting tournament will be brought forward? Right, there is also that divine investigator Tai Shueling him. Fang Yuan muttered these 2 words in his mouth. After a while, he smiled lightly. In the righteous path, this person is quite a character. It is a pity that he is very busy with work. It will not be easy to invite him just because of this matter. If Jia Fu wants to make his stance clear, he will definitely invite him. However, it is hard to say when. It will be at least 2 to 3 years later. In 2 to 3 years, he would be at rank 2 or even rank 3. At that time, His life would be a whole new world. The night wind blew, and the fresh mountain air was fragrant. Fang Yuan breathed in, feeling refreshed. Looking into the distance, his field of vision was wide. The mountains were like a painting, and it was peaceful under the moonlight. The bright moon shines on the pines. The clear spring flows over the rocks. Fang Yuan recited, and could not help but think of a fable from Earth. A group of monkeys chased after the moon. When they saw the moon in the well, they wanted to fish for it. The monkeys at the back would grab the tails of the monkeys in front, and the monkeys in front would grab the tails of the monkeys in front. Just like that, the monkey at the front would finally touch the water in the well. When it stretched out its hand, the water would shake and the moon would scatter. The people of this world were often like this. When they saw the shadow of the moon, they would think that it was the real moon. Little did they know that it was only the moon in the well, the moon in their eyes, and the moon in their hearts. In this life, I wish to become the real moon, to leave the heavenly mountains, to play with the clouds and seas, to reflect the past and present, to walk above the dark heavens. Fang Yuan's eyes were clear, and his pupils reflected the beautiful green mountains. On the hillside, a skinny youth stood silently. A golden moon, like a disk, hung high in the night sky. It had existed since ancient times, traversing through the night sky, and faintly imprinted the youth's tiny shadow on the blue stone. Chapter 62. The night sky in early summer was beautiful. There were no clouds in the sky, and the sparkling stars shone with a moving light. The sandalwood crickets took the place of the dragonpill crickets. They sang lyrical songs in the grass, by the mountain streams, and on the branches. The Guyue village was lit up with lights, as if reflecting the starry sky. Green bamboo buildings stood tall in the night wind, and under the starry sky, there was a peaceful and quiet atmosphere. Fang Yuan was not in the village, but had snuck into the secret cave in the rock crack. He half knelt on the ground, his right hand on the screen wall, his palm emitting a ball of blue moonlight. On the screen wall, the original image had disappeared, and it was no different from the surrounding stone walls. If not for Fang Yuan clearly remembering the location, who would know that the flower wine monk's inheritance was hidden under the screen wall? On the night of a month ago, the screen wall changed, and the flower wine monk's secret treasure suddenly appeared. The screen wall first showed the flower wine monk's blood-soaked body, threatening to leave behind an inheritance. Then there was a line of words in blood, reminding people that if they broke the screen wall, the cave would appear. After that, the words disappeared, and the power of the photo-audio goo on the screen wall was completely dissipated. The screen wall also returned to being a normal mountain wall. Although he knew about the flower wine monk's inheritance, Fang Yuan did not have the time to explore it. Because of this accident, he killed Jia Jinsheng on the spot, and that night he was busy cleaning up the scene. Then, to deal with the upcoming interrogation, he carefully set up a trap, and his activities were limited to the village. Until Jia Fu left, the Academy Elder stopped the secret investigation. After more than 10 days, the rumors died down, and Fang Yuan secretly snuck back here. The bronze sea in his aperture slowly descended, and Fang Yuan mobilized waves of primeval essence, pouring it into the moonlight goo in his right palm. The moonlight goo emitted a ball of gentle moonlight, and the moonlight flickered continuously. Under its effect, the stone wall was continuously shaved off, and large amounts of stone powder fell. This was Fang Yuan's exquisite control of the moonlight goo. When he first opened the stone, he used this method. Compared to stone opening, this method was rather crude. However, this method was a little too gentle when it came to breaking through this thick stone wall. This was the 6th consecutive day that Fang Yuan had used the moonlight goo to grind the stone wall. There was already a thick pile of dark red stone powder on the ground. Logically speaking, the soil of Qing Mao Mountain was all green mud. However, the soil here was strangely crimson and emitted a dark light. Fortunately, with this source of light, Fang Yuan did not need to prepare a torch. To avoid arousing suspicion, Fang Yuan did not use any tools. Iron hammers and pickaxes were undoubtedly more convenient for him to break through the stone walls. But this way, the sound of the wall breaking would echo in the summer night. Regardless of whether it sounded weak or loud from the outside, Fang Yuan had to put an end to these suspicions. Details often determine success or failure. For Fang Yuan, being cautious was more of a habit than a virtue. In his previous life, he had been careless, but he soon learned a painful lesson. It is often said that the older a person is, the more timid he becomes. Actually, it wasn't that he was timid, but he was cautious and patient. After 500 years, the word cautious had been engraved into his bones. Huff. Breathing heavily, Fang Yuan slowly stopped the infusion of primeval essence. He sat down on the ground. He was really tired. The entire image wall that was half a person's height had already been grinded away by him by 3 inches. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, moving his shoulders and stretching his legs. Because he had been squatting for a long time, waves of numbness could be felt from his legs. Dong dong dong. Fang Yuan clasped his fingers and knocked on the stone wall. Hearing this sound, he was slightly happy, knowing that the stone wall was getting thinner. He then closed his eyes to calm down, feeling the situation in his aperture. There was less than 20% of the green copper primeval sea left. Continue to work hard. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and stretched out his right hand again, touching the stone wall. The aqua-blue moonlight continued to shine for a quarter of an hour, and Fang Yuan's movements suddenly stopped. He moved his right hand away and happily found that there was a small hole in the stone wall. He immediately stood up and kicked with his foot. With a swoosh, the hole immediately expanded to the size of a bamboo basket. Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. He felt a stifling air gradually spreading out from the entrance of the cave, before spreading into this secret cave. The ventilation of the secret cave was not good, so Fang Yuan thought for a while and chose to drill out of the crack, returning to the outside world. After a long while, he finally turned around. The stifling air in the secret cave was much better than before. Fang Yuan continued to widen the hole, sometimes using the moonlight goo, sometimes using his hands to pull, and sometimes using his feet to kick. After a while, he finally widened the hole to a size where he could easily enter. Looking from the hole, there was a straight tunnel that slanted downwards. The tunnel was not wide at the start, but it got wider the further down it went. When a person entered the tunnel, they had to bend their waist and lower their head, but when they reached the latter half of the tunnel, they could straighten their bodies and walk with large strides. The 4 walls of the tunnel were also made of strange red soil, emitting a layer of dim red light. This allowed the scene in the tunnel to be clearly seen. But the tunnel was very long, extending beyond his field of vision. Because of the angle, Fang Yuan could not see what was at the end of the tunnel. He stood at the entrance of the tunnel and did not immediately step in, but squinted his eyes and stood on the spot. Strength inheritance was different from inheritance. Inheritance referred to the things left behind by a Gu master after he died. The person who found the inheritance would usually obtain all the things on the corpse at once. Strength inheritance referred to the Gu master who was on the verge of death, did not want his own path to be extinct or to benefit his descendants, or to leave a final mark in the world, and so on, and so on. Taking the flower wine monk as an example, the reason why he set up this inheritance was very clear. It was to nurture an avenger, to help him take revenge on the Guyue clan. If the person in the future could pass these tests, they could obtain all sorts of benefits. The person who passed the final test would mean that he or she had obtained the complete strength inheritance. According to the division of the strength inheritors, strength inheritances were naturally divided into righteous and demonic inheritances. Righteous inheritances were usually designed to test the person's character and character. Those who failed midway would not have to worry about their lives. Demonic inheritances were complicated. Demonic cultivators were often crazy and stubborn, or cold and emotionless, or they killed people like flies and could not be judged by common sense. Some demonic inheritances were designed to test one's mind. There were many riddles, and many people would be stuck in it for their entire lives, thinking hard but to no avail. Some demonic inheritances were extremely simple, just a secret room with goo worms and yuan stone placed inside. Some demonic inheritances were extremely cruel, and failure midway often meant death. What's more, some demonic lords' inheritances were simply lies, and were a huge trap in itself. They followed the principle of harming others without benefiting themselves, and even before they died, they would try their best to set up a trap for others. This inheritance of the flower wine monk, what kind would it be? Feng Yuan pondered. He had his previous life's memories, and he was very clear about many famous demonic inheritances in the future. But this inheritance was not discovered by anyone in his previous life, and he knew nothing about it. Logically speaking, the possibility of it being a trap is not high. Otherwise, the flower wine monk would not have designed this image wall. But would there be a trap? Feng Yuan picked up a piece of rock and threw it into the cave. The rock bumped against each other in the tunnel and quickly rolled out of Feng Yuan's sight. He could only hear a series of sounds echoing in the tunnel. Feng Yuan was deep in thought. The result of throwing the rock to test the road seemed to be safe. But he still did not enter the tunnel, and instead took out some stone powder and evenly scattered it near the entrance of the tunnel that he had just opened. At the same time, he sprinkled a thin layer at the entrance of the secret cave's stone crack. Then he drilled through the narrow stone crack at the entrance and left this place. In an extremely hidden bush a few hundred meters away from the riverbank, he found the green bamboo wine that he had brought with him this time. He opened the wine jar and fiercely drank a mouthful, and then purposely spilled some of the wine, wetting his clothes and making him smell of alcohol. Carrying the wine jar, he returned to the village. When he reached the dormitory, it was exactly midnight. If he often did not return for a night, it would arouse suspicion. This was very good, going out in the first half of the night and returning in the second half of the night. When he was looking for the liquor worm, Feng Yuan had already done this. With a previous record, this kind of behavior was not out of the ordinary. The stars disappeared and the sun rose. The night was silent. Chapter 63. The dazzling morning sun lit up Qingmao Mountain. In the academy, the elder was explaining the main points in detail. Tomorrow, we will choose the second goo worm to refine. Everyone has the experience of refining goo worms, so this time we can consolidate our experience. As for the choice of the second goo worm, everyone needs to think carefully. Combining these few days of cultivation experience, as well as your understanding of yourself, make a comprehensive consideration. Normally speaking, it is best to pair it with the vital goo. A goo master's first goo worm was called the vital goo. Once chosen, it was no doubt the cornerstone of development. After that, the second goo worm, the third goo worm, and so on were all based on this cornerstone to determine the specific direction of the goo master's cultivation. Hearing the academy elder's words, the youths could not help but ponder. Only Feng Yuan was snoring on the table. He had worked hard for half the night yesterday, and after returning to the dormitory, he continued his goo master cultivation, nurturing his aperture. The sky had just brightened, and he only started to sleep. The academy elder glanced at Feng Yuan, frowning slightly, but did not say anything. Ever since the clan leader Gu Bo had said those words to him, he had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards Feng Yuan. What goo worm should I choose? Many students could not help but look at Feng Yuan as they pondered. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan already has a second goo worm. Yes, that is the liquor worm. To be able to get a liquor worm after cutting open rocks, his luck is too good. If I had the liquor worm, I would also be able to advance to middle stage first, right? The thoughts in the minds of the students rose one after another. There were those who were envious and those who were jealous. Ever since that day, after the interrogation, Feng Yuan's liquor worm was also successfully exposed. The origins of the liquor worm did not raise any suspicions. While the clansmen were relieved, they were also deeply moved by Feng Yuan's luck. Why don't I have such good luck, Sai? Guyue Cheng, who was also a C-grade talent, sighed in his heart. A long time ago, his grandfather had gone around asking people to purchase the liquor worm for him. Unexpectedly, even though he was the successor of a branch bloodline, Guyue and Feng Yuan got it first. Compared to Qiqing's lament and jealousy, Feng Zheng, who was also the vice-chairman, was in high spirits. Big brother, I will definitely surpass you. He glanced at Feng Yuan and said in his heart before looking away. These days, his eyes are shining, filled with a surging passion for life. His cheeks were rosy, his forehead glowed, and even his steps were brisk. The Academy elder saw all this and immediately understood that clan leader Guyue had already begun to secretly teach Fangzhe. Of course, this kind of preferential treatment couldn't be said out loud. The Academy elder turned a blind eye to this. It was night time again. Fang Yuan squeezed into the secret cave again. Ring, ring, ring. A hare was struggling violently in his hand, and a bell was tied around its neck. This was a hare that Fang Yuan had caught on the mountain, and the bell was naturally tied by him. After a day, the stuffy air in the secret cave had completely dissipated, and the air was fresh. The tunnel entrance was wide open, and it was silent inside. Fang Yuan half squatted on the ground, and first carefully examined the ground. He had scattered stone powder on both areas last night, and this thin layer of stone powder was not eye-catching. The stone powder at the entrance of the tunnel is still in its original state. It seems that during the time I was away, no unclean things crawled out of the tunnel. There is a footprint at the entrance of the secret cave, but I stepped on it just now. It seems that no outsiders have been here. Fang Yuan observed for a while and relaxed. He stood up and used his strength to pull off the dead vines on the wall. Then he sat on the ground, using his legs to suppress the hair, and used his free hands to rub the vines. Normal Gu masters wouldn't know how to do this, but Fang Yuan had too much life experience. In his previous life, there were many times when he was poor and couldn't even afford to feed his Gu worms, and they all starved to death. For a period of time, he only had primeval essence, but no Gu worms. He was like a mortal, and even living was difficult. Out of desperation, he learned to rub straw rope, weave straw shoes, straw hats, and other things to sell, in exchange for some yuan stone fragments to barely survive. Now that he was rubbing straw rope, Fang Yuan's memories surfaced again. The bitterness and suffering of that time turned into the silent smile on his face. The rabbit under his legs struggled from time to time, and the bell rang. A pair of lovers lingered for a long time, and thousands of twists and turns. Slowly, slowly, over the years gathered together. There were twists and turns, and entanglements. Rub straw rope, isn't it experiencing life? In the secret cave, the red light was dim, and youth and vicissitudes intertwined on Fang Yuan's face. Time also seemed to stop here, quietly admiring the young man rub straw rope. Ring, ring, ring. An hour later, the wild rabbit quickly scuttled into the tunnel, and the bell on its neck rang. In a few breaths, it was out of Fang Yuan's sight. The straw rope in Fang Yuan's hands was tied to the wild rabbit's hind leg, and now it was being dragged by the wild rabbit as it rapidly swam outwards. After a while, the straw rope stopped moving. But this did not mean that the wild rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel. It could have been killed by the trap, or it could have stopped halfway. Fang Yuan began to pull the rope back, and as the rope gradually tightened, he tugged hard. A force immediately came from the other end of the straw rope. Next, the straw rope continued to swim outwards. Evidently, the wild rabbit on the other side was suddenly pulled by the force, and in a panic, it started to scurry inwards again. This repeated several times, and the wild rabbit seemed to have finally reached the end of the tunnel. No matter how Fang Yuan tugged at the straw rope only tightened and tightened and loosened. Maybe the wild rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel. Maybe it had fallen into some trap and was trapped. It was very simple to verify the answer. Fang Yuan began to pull the rope, but how could the wild rabbit resist his strength? Eventually, he used the straw rope to forcefully pull the wild rabbit out. The wild rabbit continued to struggle on the other end of the straw rope, but the straw rope was made from the wine sack flower goo and rice sack grass goo, and although it had withered for many years, it was still very tough and could not be compared to ordinary straw. The wild rabbit once again jumped back into Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan carefully inspected the wild rabbit, and seeing that there were no wounds on its body, he let out a breath of turbid air. Currently, it seems that this tunnel should be safe. With this result, the wild rabbit lost its use, and Fang Yuan crushed it to death, casually throwing the corpse on the ground. He could not let this wild rabbit go. Animals also had memories. If it came back here again and attracted outsiders like the liquor worm, it would be terrible. He took a deep breath, and after a few tests, he carefully stepped into the tunnel. Although there was a wild rabbit to scout, There were many traps that were specifically targeted at humans. A small animal like the wild rabbit could not be triggered. Thus, Fang Yuan had to be on guard. The tunnel was a straight line, extending diagonally into the ground. And the deeper he went, the wider the tunnel became. When Fang Yuan first entered the tunnel, he had to bend his back and lower his head, but after 50 steps, he could hold his head high and chest out. After another 100 steps, he could swing his arms left and right. The tunnel was actually not long, only about 300 meters, but Fang Yuan spent a whole hour before he reached the end of the tunnel. Along the way, he was very careful, exploring with each step. When he reached the end, he was already sweating profusely. There is no detection goo worm. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and after confirming it was safe, he calmed down and carefully looked at the end of the tunnel. With this observation, he was stunned. At the end of the tunnel, there was a huge rock blocking him. The surface of the rock was smooth, and it protruded towards Fang Yuan's direction, like Jia Fu's round belly. It was this huge rock that blocked Fang Yuan's path forward. Other than this huge rock, there was nothing beside Fang Yuan. Could it be that because of an accident, the middle section of the tunnel caved in, causing a blockage? Fang Yuan's gaze focused. This was a very likely possibility. Before the flower wine monk died, he urgently created this inheritance. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider to hastily create a tunnel in the mountain. The tunnel led deep into the mountain, guiding the inheritor forward. However, hundreds of years had passed, and this tunnel could not withstand the corrosion of time. At some point, a section of the tunnel had fallen into disrepair and collapsed. In life, all sorts of accidents would happen. If this is really the case, then wouldn't I have to stop here? He walked forward and touched the rock. This huge rock that blocked his path, just the exposed surface area was as big as a door. One could imagine the thickness of its entire body. Fang Yuan could use the moonlight goo to grind away the rock wall, but to grind away such a huge rock, he would need at least a year or two of hard work. Looks like I need to use tools, like pickaxes and shovels, to break open the huge rock. But if I do this, I will inevitably expose many traces. Some knocking sounds will also be heard. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was considering the risks and benefits. If the risks were too high, he would rather give up on this inheritance. After all, if others found out about this secret, not only would his previous arrangements and hard work be wasted, his life might even be in danger. Chapter 64. The sun rose slowly. It was a new day. The students lined up, all excited, standing in front of the academy's goo room. Today was a good day to choose the second goo worm. Fang Yuan was the first to advance to middle stage, so he had the priority to choose, so he stood at the front of the line. Behind him were Guyue Mo Chen, Guyue Fangjing, and Guyue Cheng. Creak. The goo room's door was opened by the guards, and Fang Yuan was the first to step in. Although the goo room was not big, it had a world inside. The surrounding walls had small square holes, big and small, and inside were all kinds of utensils. There were stone basins, jade plates, cages woven from grass, and pots made from purple clay. All kinds of goo worms, all rank 1, were stored in these utensils. To feed these goo worms, the academy consumed thousands of yuan stone every day. Fang Yuan looked around and found that many utensils were empty, with no goo worms. The goo worms in the goo room were only replenished once a year. When choosing their vital goo, most of the youths chose the moonlight goo, and now there was no moonlight goo in the goo room. There were no windows around the goo room, only a small skylight on the roof. Sunlight shone in through the skylight, forming a rectangular golden spot on the floor of the goo room. The first time Fang Yuan entered the goo room, he had a target, and he chose the moonlight goo. But now, he only had a few targets to choose from. But these targets depended on whether there were goods in the goo room. Fang Yuan walked along the left wall, looking carefully as he walked. After 5 steps, he paused. In a square near his shoulder, there was a copper bowl, and in the copper bowl was a goo worm. This goo worm looked like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and an oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. This was a copper skin goo. Close combat goo masters often chose it. The Academy's martial arts instructor raised such a copper skin goo. Once it was activated, its body would turn yellow, and its defense would increase greatly. Fang Yuan had broad horizons, so of course he wouldn't be interested in such a goo worm. He continued to walk forward and saw another rock skin goo. The stone skin goo was similar to the bronze skin goo, but its body was gray, like a work of art made of stone. After the 6 rock skin goo, there was the iron skin goo. Iron skin goo and copper skin goo were very similar in appearance, with only minor differences. It stayed quietly in an iron bowl, not moving at all. His entire body exuded a cold, steel-like light. There were clans in human society, and there were also clans among goo worms. The 3 goo that Fang Yuan saw were all from the same series. They had similar appearances and functions. Iron skin goo, copper skin goo, stone skin goo, jade skin goo. If there is a jade skin goo, I might as well choose it this time, Fang Yuan muttered, a trace of anticipation rising in his heart as he continued to walk forward. But he was destined to be disappointed. After the iron skin goo, it was a bunch of beast skin goo. Jade skin goo and beast skin goo were also from the same series as the bronze skin goo, but their values were very different. Beast skin goo was the most common. Its market price was slightly lower than the stone skin goo, but there were many ways to advance, and it could be refined with many other goo worms. The jade skin goo was the rarest goo in the series. Its market price was second only to the liquor worm, and when the price fluctuated, it would be the same as the liquor worm. Fang Yuan took a look, but did not find the jade skin goo. He was not disappointed, but smiled in relief. Gue Village is only a mid-sized clan, and the Academy's goo room can only be considered mid-level. Asking for the jade skin goo here is a bit high. At this time, the left wall had been inspected, so Fang Yuan changed to another wall and continued to walk. This wall had the most longhorn beetle goo. Like the skin goo, the longhorn beetle goo was also a large clan among rank 1 goo worms. They looked similar, with a long cylindrical shape with a slightly flat back. Most of them were black, emitting a metallic luster. A pair of antennae were extremely long, longer than the body, and when their strong jaws opened and closed, there was a kacha sound, like they were sawing wood. Thus, some local goo masters called them sawing tree men. The first thing that entered Fang Yuan's eyes was a brute force longhorn beetle goo. Its body was the color of red iron, and its pair of antennae were thicker than a normal longhorn beetle's antennae. Every short distance, there was a bamboo joint. This brute force longhorn beetle goo was very popular in the market. Some time ago, in the caravan that came to Guyue Village, there were people selling this brute force longhorn beetle goo in large quantities. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could give the goo master temporary huge strength. It was known as the strength of a bull and could be maintained for 5 breaths of time. But it had 2 flaws. One was that every activation consumed too much primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage required 10% primeval essence. If converted to initial stage, every use would require 20% primeval essence. The other was that there were repercussions. If the goo master's physique was weak, using this goo too much would cause muscle strain, or even rupture. Usually, only goo masters with strong physiques would use it. With Fang Yuan's small physique, there was no need to think about it. Fang Yuan also knew himself, and walked past the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and continued to look. This goo is not bad. His footsteps slowed. This was a yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. Its body was slightly slimmer than the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and its body was dark yellow. Its pair of long antennae did not have bamboo joints, and were yellow at the root, gradually turning black at the tip. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could temporarily give the goo master great strength. This strength was explosive, and could only be maintained for 5 breaths. But for the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo, it could grant the goo master endurance, greatly reducing the goo master's stamina consumption, and could last for 15 minutes. At the same time, there were no repercussions. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo had a high market price, comparable to the moonlight goo, second only to the jade skin goo, and even lower than the liquor worm. Fang Yuan looked around, and there was indeed only 1 yellow camel longhorn beetle goo in this goo room. This goo worm is not bad, but it does not match my direction. Fang Yuan shook his head and gave up on this goo worm. Soon, he walked to the corner of the wall. He had already finished looking at the second wall, but there was nothing he was satisfied with. The goo worms in the goo room were only of this level, and there was not much hope of getting anything good or surprising. Fang Yuan turned to the third wall and continued looking. This wall had the most boar goo. Boar goo was also a series of goo worms. There were flower boar goo, pink boar goo, black boar goo, and white boar goo. The pink boar goo had the lowest value, and almost no goo masters chose it, because it only had one ability, and that was to gain weight. After the goo master injected their primeval essence, the pink boar goo would modify the goo master's body, causing the goo master to gain weight. No matter how small or skinny the goo master was, it could turn into a chubby fatty. There were only 2 or 3 pink boar goo in this goo room, as if they disdained to collect and feed them. The flower boar goo had the most, dozens of them, lining up in a row. These goo worms were all spotted, either black and white, black and pink, or white and pink. There were even a few that were black, white, and pink. The flower boar goo's effect was similar to the brute force longhorn beetle goo, temporarily increasing the goo master's strength. The brute force longhorn beetle goo was known to have the strength of a bull, while the flower boar goo had the strength of a boar. The flower boar goo expended the same amount of primeval essence as the brute force longhorn beetle goo, but it could last for 10 breaths of time, twice as long as the brute force longhorn beetle goo. Moreover, because the goo master's strength was smaller, the side effects were naturally not as severe as the brute force longhorn beetle goo. The flower boar goo is the most common goo and is sold the most in the market. Its market price is only half of the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and it can be said to be cheap but good. But in the boar goo family, the remaining 2 goo are worth a lot, even more than the jade skin goo and the liquor worm. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with thought. A black boar goo or white boar goo was sold for 600 yuan stone in the market and was often bought by people the moment it appeared. The black and white boar goo's ability was to modify the goo master's body, increasing the goo master's strength from the roots. Although the brute force longhorn beetle goo could give the goo master the strength of a bull, it could only last for 5 breaths of time. If the strength was too much, the goo master would not be able to handle it, and there would be strong side effects. The black and white boar goo increased the goo master's strength bit by bit, accumulating over time, but as long as they had it, it was the goo master's. Even if the black and white boar goo died, the strength would still remain in the goo master's body. Because of this, the black and white boar goo's prices were higher than the liquor worm. Most people thought that the liquor worm's value was slightly lower than the black and white boar goo. The liquor worm could only refine primeval essence, and in an intense battle, the goo master's primeval essence could be easily depleted. For the rest of the battle, the goo master could only rely on his fists and legs and his own strength. This was the value of the black and white boar goo. It was even more reliable than the liquor worm. If I can refine a black or white boar goo, that would be pretty good. Fang Yuan was just thinking about it. There was only 1 yellow camel longhorn beetle goo in this goo room. How could there be rare goo worms like the black and white boar goo? He strolled around, looking at all the goo worms, but there really wasn't any that he wanted. Finally, he found a little light goo at the corner of the room. There were a total of 5 little light goo in the goo room. This goo had a very peculiar shape, like a 5-pointed star, and was only half the size of a fingernail. This goo was mainly used in conjunction with the moonlight goo, and was one of the most commonly seen support goo worms. Fang Yuan chose this one, and it could be considered passable. At least it was in line with the direction of development in his heart. Fang Yuan is out. After so long, he's finally out. I wonder what goo he chose. He has the liquor worm, and this is already his 3rd goo. I'm afraid he can't afford to raise it. Fang Yuan leisurely walked out of the goo room, and the students stood outside for a long time, somewhat restless. It's my turn. I wonder if Fang Yuan chose that goo worm? Guyue Mo-chan saw Fang Yuan come out and hurriedly took big steps into the goo room. He looked around and immediately found the only yellow camel longhorn beetle goo and could not help but be overjoyed, immediately taking it away. Soon after, Fang Jing also walked in. I have the moonlight goo to attack. What I lack is a goo worm for defense. Guyue Fang Jing considered for a long time and finally chose a bronze skin goo. Guyue Emo-chan was the fourth to enter the Gu room. I need the ability to dodge, so that in future battles, I can hit others, but others can't hit me. This way, I will be invincible. He looked left and right, and finally chose a Dragonpill Cricket Gu. Chapter 65. As the sun set and the moon rose, night fell. This was a hidden courtyard in the Guyue village. A tall locust tree with lush foliage, its thick and wide canopy was like a jade canopy, covering the entire courtyard. The moonlight was gentle like water, passing through the leaves of the locust tree and spilling into the courtyard. A gust of wind blew, the leaves rustled and the shadow of the tree swayed. Under the shadow of the tree stood two people. Clan leader Guyue looked at Fangjing with a gentle gaze. Fangjing, today you chose the second Gu. I wonder what it is? Reporting to clan leader, today I chose a bronze skin Gu. Guyue Fangjing stood up straight, his face filled with reverence as he answered. Guyue nodded, muttering, not bad, you chose well. Guyue Fangjing stood in front of Guyue, his body tensed up nervously. Hearing Guyue praise, he did not know how to respond, and could only smile. Lord Clan Leader, I chose randomly. You think I'm praising you randomly? It's not. Guyue stared at Fangjing, a faint smile on his lips. You know, from the choice of a Gu worm, you can often see a person's nature. You chose the bronze skin Gu for defense. Paired with the moonlight Gu, it is one for offense and one for defense. This shows that your nature is pure and honest. In this world, one for offense and one for defense, one for righteousness and one for strangeness, one for yin and one for yang, one for softness and one for toughness. This is the way of the king. And Guyue Mabe chose the yellow camel longhorn beetle Gu. This Gu increases endurance and can fight for a long time. This shows the Mabe's tenacious nature. As for Guyue Chang, he chose the Dragonpill Cricket Gu, increasing his dodging ability. This shows that he doesn't like to attack forcefully. He's smart and good at currying favor, but at the same time, it also shows his weak side. Guyue Fangjing was dumbfounded. He had never thought that he could see so much logic from such a simple matter. He couldn't help but look at Guyue with even more respect. Clan leader, what Gu did my brother choose? Fangjing suddenly thought of Fang Yuan and immediately asked. Guyue laughed. Your brother chose the little light Gu. Using this Gu to support the moonlight Gu can make the moonblade attack stronger. This shows that his temperament is radical, aggressive, and easy to go to extremes. Indeed, Big Brother seems to be like this, Fangjing murmured softly. Guyue saw Fangjing's expression and memorized it. As long as one was in a high position, he would definitely have something special about him. Although Guyue and Fangjing had not interacted face-to-face for a long time, but Guyue sharp and experienced gaze had already seen through Fangjing. He told Fangjing that Mabe and Qiqing's choices had their own deep meaning. It was to help Fangjing analyze these two, looking forward to him defeating these two and establishing his position as a leader with a great aptitude. But Guyue wouldn't say it out loud, and wouldn't directly instigate Fangjing to do something. As the clan leader, every word and action had political attributes. If he directly instigated Fangjing to deal with Qiqing and Mabe, if these words got out, it might be misunderstood as the clan leader's political intentions. If that was the case, the impact would be huge, and internal strife within the clan might even affect the entire village. Another point was that Guyue also hoped that Fangjing would be able to understand his intentions on his own. He spent time and effort to personally groom Fangjing, not to groom a rank 4 or 5 lackey. A lackey without political wisdom was a double-edged sword. He wanted to groom the future leader of the clan. I helped Fangjing analyze Mabe and Qiqing's temperament, but he didn't realize the deep meaning hidden within. Instead, he asked me about Guyue and Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that Fang Yuan had left him with quite a bit of trauma, but he was still in his rebellious phase, and it was understandable that he wanted to suppress Fang Yuan. Sigh, if only Fangjing had Fang Yuan's wisdom. I've seen many youths these years, but in terms of political wisdom, Fang Yuan is definitely number one. It's a pity that he only has C-grade talent. Guyue sighed in his heart, but the smile on his face became warmer. He took out a Gu worm from his pocket. This is Jade Skin Gu? Fangjing saw this Gu worm and his eyes brightened, calling out softly. Guyuebo said, "Compared to the copper skin goo, this jade skin goo is much more outstanding. Not only does it consume less primeval essence, its defense is also stronger than the copper skin goo." Fangjing, do you want it? Clan leader. Fangjing was shocked, and he looked at Guyuebo, stammering, of course I want it. If you want it, I can give it to you. Guyuebo's smile became gentler, but as the clan leader, I have always been fair and just. I can't just give it to you for no reason. So, I have a condition. Fangjing nodded his head, his eyes wide open. What condition? The smile on Guyuebo's face disappeared, and his expression turned solemn. I want you to be the first to break through rank 1 and reach rank 2, becoming the first in terms of cultivation. And this jade skin goo will be your early reward. Advanced to rank 2? Guiyue Fangjing showed hesitation. He had just advanced to rank 1 middle stage, after middle stage was upper stage, and after upper stage was peak stage. But now, Guiyuebo wanted him to become the first rank 2 goo master. Why are you afraid? Then this goo can only be given to others. Guiyuebo pretended to take back the jade skin goo. Guiyue Fangjing was agitated by these words, and immediately became hot-headed, shouting, "No, I promise you, I will defeat everyone and become the first rank 2 goo master." That's more like it. Guiyuebo showed a warm smile again, and placed the jade skin goo in Fangjing's hands. In his heart, he thought, Fangjing, oh Fangjing, I know you have a low self-esteem, but this low self-esteem is harmful to your growth. And the best way to get rid of this feeling of inferiority is to succeed. You have a great aptitude. Advancing to rank 2 is your greatest advantage, and it is also the easiest success for you to achieve. You must work hard. If you fail even in this, I will be too disappointed. At the same time, Feng Yuan entered the secret cave in the rock crack again, going to the end of the tunnel. This time, he did not bring any iron spade, shovel, iron hammer, or any other tools, but carefully observed his surroundings. The night before, he suffered a setback here, and on the way back to the village, he felt something was wrong. Today, in the dormitory, after using the spring-autumn cicada to refine the little light goo, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized something was amiss. This huge rock blocking the way, isn't it too smooth and round? This is man-made. That is to say, the flower wine monk purposely set up this huge rock to block the way. Why would he set up such a barrier here? Feng Yuan showed a pondering expression. He observed his surroundings again. The ground in the tunnel was flat, and the top was a dome. The walls on both sides were made of a single piece of red soil, emitting a dim light. When his gaze swept across the ground again, he found something suspicious. The ground next to the huge rock blocking the way had a dark color. This color difference was not obvious, and in such a dim light, if one did not observe carefully, it would not be easy to notice. Feng Yuan squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. Immediately, he felt a damp sensation. No wonder the color was so dark. It was because it was wet. But this tunnel was dry. Where did the water come from? Feng Yuan used his finger again and rubbed the damp soil. He found that there was indeed something wrong with the soil. It was very loose and soft, not as sticky as dry red soil. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. His experience and intuition told him that there was a high possibility that the flower wine monk's key was hidden here. And this key was the key to allow Feng Yuan to continue moving forward. Feng Yuan began to dig the soil. The soil was very loose, and it did not take much effort. When he dug an inch into the ground, there was a special fragrance that seemed to enter Feng Yuan's nose. This fragrance is rich and luxurious, but not vulgar. It seems elegant and refined. Could it be? Feng Yuan's heart moved, and he thought of a possibility, and his hands moved even faster. As he dug, a dark gold light suddenly appeared from the soil. It really is this. Feng Yuan's eyes shone, and his hands became more meticulous. He carefully dug the surrounding soil and expanded the hole. After a while, a dark gold flower bud that was buried in the ground appeared in front of him. It was 2 inches deep into the ground and was the size of a regular stone mill. The surface of the flower bud was as fine as silk, and the dark gold color made it seem quiet and mysterious, yet noble and elegant. It really is the earth treasury flower goo. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a long breath of turbid air. He was not in a hurry to open the petals, but sat on the ground to rest for a while, wiping the soil off his hands. Then he slowly stretched out his hand and gently opened the dark gold petals. The earth treasury flower goo was like a combination of lotus and cabbage. Its petals were one after another, tightly stuck together, thick and smooth to the touch. Fang Yuan peeled off the petals one by one, as if he was peeling off rolls of silk. And this large, dark gold petals, once separated from the main body, quickly dissipated. It was like pieces of snowflakes, melting in the air. After Fang Yuan peeled off the outer 50 to 60 petals, the flower bud's volume was reduced by more than half, and the flower core was exposed. The petals in the flower core were smaller in size, and their thickness was also thinner, and the texture was softer and more delicate. It was not like silk, but more like a thin piece of paper. Fang Yuan's movements became more and more gentle, and after a few breaths, he successfully peeled off a petal. The petals became more and more transparent. After a while, Fang Yuan peeled off a paper-like petal, and he stopped. Right now, the earth treasury flower goo only had a thin layer of petals left in the center. These petals overlapped with each other, wrapping into a fist-sized ball shape. The petals were translucent and as thin as paper. The inside of the petals was filled with a golden liquid. In the middle of the golden nectar, a goo worm was sleeping soundly. Fang Yuan concentrated, but he could only see a blurry image of this goo worm and could not tell what kind of goo it was. As he got closer, his breath hit the flower core. The ball in the flower core immediately trembled, and the golden liquid, wrapped by the petals, also shook lightly. Goo worms would starve to death without food, and only a small number of goo worms could seal themselves. To preserve goo worms, goo masters thought of many ways. The earth treasury flower goo was one of them. The earth treasury flower goo was a one-time consumable goo. Once it was planted on the ground, it could not be moved. Its food source was very simple, earth energy. As long as it was planted on the ground, with enough earth energy, it could survive. It only had one use, and that was to keep other goo worms in the flower core, immersing them in the golden liquid. This golden liquid could simulate a sealed state to a certain extent, causing the goo worms immersed in it to fall into a deep sleep. The flower wine monk planted the earth treasury flower goo here, and the goo worm in the flower core should be left for the inheritor. Fang Yuan stretched out his finger, gently pinching the remaining petals, and carefully tore a hole. The golden liquid flowed out from his finger, like soybean oil. As the golden liquid flowed out, the flower core slowly shriveled. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers, twisting open the extremely soft petals, and took out the sleeping goo worm. This was a very cute ladybug. It was only the size of a thumb's nail. Its entire body was milky white, and from its back, it looked like a circle. Its head only occupied a small part of the circle, and the rest was its fat belly and shiny carapace. Its 6 tiny limbs, also milky white, were hidden under its belly. White boar goo. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with joy. Chapter 66. These days, the temperature was getting higher and higher. At noon, the scorching sun shone brightly, wantonly spreading its passion. The caravan left, and the inn's business quieted down again. Fang Yuan stepped into the dining hall, immediately attracting the attention of the waiters. A familiar face immediately ran over, a flattering smile on his face. "Ah, young master, you're here. Please come in and have a seat. Give me a jar of wine, a kilo of beef, and a few side dishes." Fang Yuan stepped into the dining hall, walking towards his usual position by the window. The waiter's face showed a difficult expression. "Young master, I'm sorry. The last time the caravan came, the shopkeeper sold the green bamboo wine. Now we don't have this wine here." Fang Yuan nodded, not surprised. "Then give me a jar of rice wine, and tell the shopkeeper to brew more green bamboo wine this year. I want to order 100 jars. As for the deposit, you can calculate first and report to me." Now that the liquor worm had been exposed, and no one was suspicious, there was no need to worry about buying wine. "Okay, I will definitely pass on your words. Young master, You can rest assured. The waiter patted his chest, his tone confident. Soon, the wine and dishes were served. Fang Yuan ate and drank while looking out the window. The hot weather, coupled with the fact that it was time to eat, there were few people on the streets. The sun shone on the ground and the lush green bamboo houses. Some barefoot, muddy mortal farmers walked in front of them, carrying shovels and shoulder poles. Obviously, they had just finished their farm work and were rushing home. Two children, in front of them holding a small windmill on a bamboo frame, ran quickly with their little legs. The ones behind chased, crying. It seemed that the urchin in front had snatched the windmill. At this time, two young Gu masters, wrapped in green belts, walked quickly, looking like they were in a hurry. Scram! Don't block the way. A Gu master pushed the farmer in front of him. The farmers hurriedly evaded. Humph! The two young Gu masters walked over with cold arrogance. Fang Yuan watched, his eyes slightly absent-minded, a part of his mind already divided into the aperture. In the aperture, the water membrane flowed silently. The green copper primeval essence sea surged with waves. The liquor worm was bobbing up and down in the primordial sea. Sometimes it rolled around comfortably, and sometimes it completely curled up into a ball. The spring and autumn cicada fell into a deep slumber and hid itself. The round white boar Gu flapped its wings and flew in the sky, circling around. The white boar Gu and the black boar Gu were equally famous, both being rare rank 1 Gu worms. Their selling price in the market was even higher than the liquor worm. However, although they had the same function and appearance, their future advancement paths were different. The black boar Gu and the green silk Gu fused to form the rank 2 black mane Gu and the rank 3 steel mane Gu. As for the white boar Gu, the best way to advance it was to fuse with the jade skin Gu to refine it into the rank 2 white jade Gu and then to the rank 3 sky canopy Gu. The steel mane Gu could make a Gu master's hair as hard as steel needles, combining both attack and defense. The sky canopy Gu causes the Gu master's skin to be as hard as white jade, and at the same time reduces the effects of attacks like moonblades. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with faint joy. Obtaining the white boar Gu was only one aspect. What truly made him happy was the flower wine monk's strength inheritance. The white boar Gu can increase strength, and the flower wine monk also set up a huge rock to block the path. It seems he wants me to refine this white boar Gu, and when I have strength in the future, I can push the rock away and continue moving forward. This should be the first test. Following the flower wine monk's intentions in setting up this round, I can deduce that in the following inheritance, there will definitely be a second and third round. The most important thing is that I can be sure that this strength inheritance he set up is not a huge trap, but a sincere one. With this inheritance, I can reach rank 3 even faster, and leave this Qingmao mountain to roam the world and gain the upper hand. What did a Gu master need the most when cultivating? The answer was only one word: resources. If Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate, he needed resources. But the clan's resources were limited, and if he wanted resources, he had to fight for them. Not only did he have to fight for them, he also had to win in the fight. To him, the more he fought, the more he won. The more his trump cards would be exposed, and the more people would be afraid of him. When the fear accumulates to a certain extent, it would form a suppression, stopping him from moving forward. Fang Yuan killed a family servant. Why didn't the Mo family pursue it? He robbed all his peers. Why didn't the elders punish him? Fang Yuan rebelled against the clan, not entering the system. Why did the clan leader choose to tolerate him? It was all because he was weak, a C-grade talent. They were confident in their strength and disdained to kill the weak. Under the clan system, haggling with the weak Fang Yuan was not only shameful, it would also make people feel that he was cold and heartless, ruining his social network. Weakness was Fang Yuan's current protective umbrella, but as he continued to fight for resources, Fang Yuan's performance would become stronger and stronger. This would make people focus on him, fear him, and rope him in. No matter which camp Fang Yuan chose, he would be suppressed and restricted by the other camp. And the restriction and suppression would slow down his growth. Fang Yuan was very clear of his current situation. His current situation was very mysterious. It seemed like he had offended everyone, but in reality, he had offended no one. But as time passed, as his cultivation increased, this conflict would arise and intensify. Fang Yuan knew that this conflict would intensify sooner or later, but the later it intensified, the better it would be for his growth. Therefore, the flower wine monk's power inheritance had appeared at the right time. With this power inheritance, he would have an invisible resource. With this resource, he would be able to leave the system, walk his own path, calmly cultivate, and secretly accumulate strength. Once he entered the system, he would have to choose a side. Even if he didn't fight, he would definitely be affected by politics and faction wars. Once he entered the system, he would be a chess piece. He had to first become a qualified chess piece. Only then would others be assured to use him. Only then would he have the chance to climb up, and when he climbed up, he had to be careful not to be used as a sacrificial pawn. Fang Yuan knew this process all too well. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't do anything about this situation. This was the rule. Most importantly, he only had C-grade talent, and to the clan, there was no desire to invest in him. Often, he would be treated as a sacrificial pawn. Therefore, the best path of development was to develop alone. That way, most of the competition could be avoided. In the hearts of the village's higher-ups, the image that they had painstakingly created could be maintained. In this world, it's easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. With the flower wine monk's power inheritance, I can cultivate in secret, accumulate strength, and not attract attention, and not be suppressed. But the robbery and extortion still have to continue. If I suddenly stop, it will arouse suspicion. At the same time, I also need Yuan Stone. Fang Yuan thought about his future plans. He really needed Yuan Stone. Other people of the same age would start to refine and feed their second goo worm. But he had refined the little light goo and obtained the white boar goo. He had a total of 4 goo worms. Previously, when he fed the moonlight goo and the liquor worm, he consumed almost 1 Yuan Stone a day. Now, when he fed the goo worms, his daily consumption of Yuan Stone was slightly more than 2. Adding on his cultivation needs and living expenses, he would need at least 5 Yuan Stone a day. 5 Yuan Stone was enough for a mortal family of 3 to live on for 5 months. Although he had hundreds of Yuan Stone on hand, it was not enough for such a long-term expenditure. More importantly, the Goo Master's expenditure would increase in the later stages. Especially after advancing to rank 2, every time the Goo Worm was combined, it would require a considerable amount of money. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was deeply worried. Yuan Stone was a problem. Just by robbing and extorting his classmates and his savings, he could only delay the outbreak of this problem. Other than that, he had another problem, and that was the feeding of the white boar goo. The food of the white boar goo was pork. The word boar meant pig. The food of the boar goo was pork. The black and white boar goo's appetite was huge. Every 5 days, they had to eat an entire adult pig's meat. In this world, the price of pork was not cheap. Mortals would only slaughter a pig during the new year to get some meat. Without the large-scale breeding techniques on Earth, the price of pork and beef was not something mortals could afford. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain's terrain was steep, and the living area was small. How much space was there to rear livestock? The mountain people lived off the mountain and the river water. The occasional pork that the mountain people could eat were mostly wild boars hunted by hunters. Looks like I have to hunt personally from now on and kill the pigs for meat. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. Just by buying pork from the village, firstly, it would waste Yuan Stone, and secondly, it would attract suspicious gazes. Even if you love to eat pork, you wouldn't eat it so frequently and in so much quantities, right? If he hunted personally, not only would this problem be solved, it would also ease the financial pressure. Waiter, bill please. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate any longer. After paying the bill, he walked out of the inn. The academy was on holiday these few days, and the goal was to let the students refine the second goo worm. Fang Yuan decided that he would make use of this time to go out of the village and find out the situation, then kill the pigs for meat. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.